Chapter 1750. Zhongsun Wuji lowered his head. Your Majesty, I don't know where Fengzi got the battle formation music from. He's going to play it at the basketball game. He's been rehearsing it for the past few days. Li Shimin's smile disappeared. His expression became serious. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and let the smoke stimulate his body. The battle formation music was originally a war song that accompanied him on the battlefield. It was only after he defeated the rebel Liu Wuzhou that it was rewritten and became the current battle formation music. Every time he heard the battle formation music during the sacrifice, he would think of his brothers who had died on the battlefield. Back then, he saw with his own eyes how his brothers died under the enemy's sword, but he couldn't do anything about it. Thinking of this, his heart ached. Who said that since ancient times, emperors were the most heartless? Emperors were also human and had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They just wouldn't show it in front of others. Li Shimin took another drag on his cigarette and calmed himself down. He looked at Zhongsun Wuji. Why did Fengzi want to play this music? Fengzi said that the entire Tang dynasty will pay attention to this basketball game. We have to play something that can control the crowd. This battle formation music is the best music and dance. Perhaps he could see Li Shimin's feelings. Zhongsun Wuji kept his head down as he spoke. He was very careful when he spoke because he knew that the battle formation music was only used by the imperial court. Outsiders couldn't use it casually. Now that Fengzi was using it, it was more or less disrespectful to the imperial court. Li Shimin put his hands behind his back and faced White Deer College. He sighed with emotion. Yes, what Fengzi said makes sense. We do need to control the crowd. Actually, I also want to see what kind of music and dance the battle formation music can be performed outside the palace, especially in Fengzi's hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhongsun Wuji froze on the spot as if he was possessed. At first, he was worried that His Majesty would blame Fengzi for this. After all, the battle formation music wasn't something that anyone could play. But now, it seemed that His Majesty did not blame him at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. In fact, Li Shimin was not the only one who was looking forward to it. He was also looking forward to it. The Qin Emperor breaking the formation music was usually only seen during ceremonies and feasts. It was basically impossible to see it normally. As for this music and dance, he had been looking forward to it for a long time. Now that Fengzi was going to perform, he was very happy. Your Majesty, Fengzi wants to play the music of breaking through the enemy's formation. He can't do it without the commander's flag and equipment. What do you think? Zhongsun Wuji looked at Li Shimin from the corner of his eyes. The equipment for breaking the formation was all in the imperial palace. It could only be moved out of the palace if the emperor gave the order. You're right. Li Shimin nodded and looked at Xiao Gizi. Xiao Gizi, immediately arrange for people to send the equipment to White Deer College. Tell them that Lord Zhongsun sent it. Seeing this, Zhongsun Wuji hurriedly smiled. Your Majesty really loves the people. The battle formation music has always been performed in the palace and has never been performed outside of the palace. If you perform it outside of the palace this time, all the officials and commoners will be able to see it. It will show Your Majesty's kindness and the people's hearts of celebration. Haha, Li Shimin was in a good mood when he heard this. He grabbed Zhongsun Wuji and said, My beloved official, let's go. Play a few rounds with me. Zhongsun Wuji's expression changed slightly, but he still smiled apologetically. Your Majesty, I think I'll pass. I'm already a bag of old bones. I can't take it anymore. Indeed, his body was not as strong as Li Shimin's. He did not dare to play such a difficult sport. However, Li Shimin did not care so much. He pulled Xiao Gizi's hand and rushed into the basketball court. Xiao Gizi turned around and screamed, Your Majesty, you haven't taken off your clothes yet. Not long after, screams could be heard from the basketball court. At the same time, in White Deer College on Mount Xiao, the students of the college stood on the basketball court. There were a total of 3,000 people. They wore armor and held swords in their hands. They were lined up neatly in a square formation. They were already wearing the armor that Zhongsun Wuji had sent over. Originally, Zhong Feng wanted everyone to wear the white deer college uniform. It would be better if Zhongsun Wuji had sent someone to send the armor. After a few days of rehearsal, everyone had already mastered the music of Qin Wang breaking the array. Today was the day to test everyone. As long as there were no problems, the basketball game could be held at any time. There was a group of people sitting in the audience. They were all students that Zhong Feng had called over to watch the battle formation music. Of course, Chu Suiliang, Ouyang Xiu, Xue Ji, and even Yu Shenan rushed over when he heard the news of the rehearsal. They sat in their chairs and held teacups in their hands. They were very comfortable. Zhong Feng stood in front of the team with a flag in his hand. There was a huge Qin written on it. It was very dazzling. Jingshu sat on Zhong Feng's left. She was testing a Gu Qin in front of her. Zhong Feng sat on Zhong Yuyao's right. She hugged a peeper and looked forward. There were 10 girls sitting behind the 2 girls. They were holding a Gu Qin and a peeper respectively. They were the assistants of the 2 girls. Not only that, there were also drummers, flutes, and zuns. There were a total of 100 people who were eager to give it a try. The battle formation music was a huge project. At the same time, the score was mottled and complicated. It required 5 instruments to play at the same time. The guqin and peeper were the main instruments, while the drums, flutes, and zuns were the secondary instruments. Otherwise, the essence of the music would not be revealed. Chapter 1751. Is everyone ready? Zhong Feng turned around and glanced at the crowd as he asked. Everyone nodded in response, indicating that they were ready. Zhong Feng waved to Yuan Hong, who was at the front of the group, and then handed the flag to him. On the battlefield, the flag was a symbol of command, and so was the performance of the Qin Emperor breaking the enemy formation. Because the Qin Emperor breaking the enemy formation was a military song, even if the lyrics had been changed, it was still performed according to the original song and dance, restoring the scene of the battlefield. Yuan Hong held the Qin Emperor flag and walked to the front of the group. He was waiting for a signal, waiting for the music to play. For music and dance, the music had to be played first before the dancers or performers could go on stage. Zhong Feng nodded to Jingshu and Zhong Yuyao. The 2 girls immediately understood and placed their slender fingers on the strings. Ding ding, zheng zheng, as the 2 girls played the guqin and peeper, the drummer behind them also beat the drums. Dong dong, dong dong dong, this was only the prelude. There needed to be an introduction. As the formation changed, the other instruments would start to play. As the music started, Yuan Hong waved to the crowd and shouted, "Left circle, rise." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 groups immediately split into 12 groups. They stood facing each other, holding their swords in the air and roaring. There were 12 variations of the Qin Emperor breaking the enemy formation. They were the left circle, the right side, the first side, the second side, the second side, the first side, the second side, the second side, the first side, the second 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 side. The left circle was the first variation, and it was also the simplest. During the opening ceremony, no one was allowed to speak. They could only wave the flag. Every time the flag changed, it meant that the formation had to be changed. That was the most difficult time. Yuan Hong held the flag tightly with both hands and waved it forcefully, allowing it to float freely in the air. Everyone kept changing their formation. Their footsteps were deafening, and their shouts were deafening. Roar, roar, following the crowd's performance, the students at the side of the field seemed to have been ignited. They were young people and had restless hearts. At this moment, looking at the field, they were extremely excited and kept waving their clenched fists. Although they had never been on the battlefield before, the scene in front of them seemed to have infected them. Yu Shenan, Ouyang Xiu, Chu Suiliang, Xue Ji, and the others were also extremely excited. Their expressions changed slightly, and their bodies trembled slightly. They were all old officials, so they naturally knew the meaning of the music. In the past, it represented the invincible and invincible Qin army. Now, it represented the Tang dynasty. On the stage, the music reached its climax. The guqin's depth, the peeper's delicacy, the big drum's brightness, the Xiao's serenity, and the Zun's simplicity. Sometimes it was low, sometimes it was cheerful. The 5 musical instruments instantly collided in White Deer College, producing waves of beautiful notes. Everyone was immersed in the singing and dancing of the students. Coupled with the beautiful music by the side of the stage, this was a perfect visual feast. After a while, Yuan Hong waved the Qin King's flag again, indicating for everyone to stop. The music by the side of the stage slowly came to an end. The performance finally ended, and everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The audience at the side of the stage also slowly sat down. However, they were still unable to calm down. After all, this kind of singing and dancing was rarely seen. They used their hands to pat their chests, trying to calm their uneasy hearts. Even Yu Shenan, Ouyang Xiu, and the others had to hold their hands together when they were serving tea. They were afraid that in a moment of excitement, they would drop the teacup. Yuan Hong held the Qin King's flag and walked in front of Zhong Feng. He said respectfully, "Dean, the drill is over." Zhong Feng nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the neat team. In this drill, he didn't find any problems. This was enough to show that everyone had put in their efforts. The basketball game could be held at any time. He shifted his gaze to Yuan Hong and said, "You will temporarily take care of the Qin King's flag until the game ends. Also, inform everyone that the opening ceremony will be held tomorrow. Invite everyone to White Deer College." Hearing this, Yuan Hong was overjoyed. The dean's words were the greatest affirmation for them. There was no problem with the Qin Kings breaking the formation. They just had to wait for the opening ceremony. He smiled excitedly. "Yes, Dean. I will immediately bring people to arrange it." With that, Yuan Hong put the Qin King's flag aside and asked everyone to change out of their armor. He brought people to inspect the college. Zhong Feng turned to the 2 girls. "Jingshu, Yu Yao, go back and practice well. If nothing goes wrong, you will be performing on stage tomorrow." "Yes, young master." The 2 girls stood up and left with the band. After instructing everything, Zhong Feng turned and walked towards the audience. "Gentlemen, how was the Qin Kings breaking the formation just now?" Zhong Feng pointed at the students behind him who were changing their clothes. Old Man originally thought that the Qin Kings breaking the formation would be ruined by this brat. I didn't expect him to interpret it with a completely new feeling. Yu Shenan stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Not bad." Old Man had also seen the Qin Kings breaking the formation in the palace. It had a solemn and serious temperament. After being interpreted by you, this brat, there was a sense of liveliness. Ouyang Xiu nodded and interrupted. "With you gentlemen around, this brat will be more at ease." Zhong Feng smiled. Chapter 1752. Although he knew what was going on, he was even more convinced with the affirmation of the people in front of him. After all, they were all great scholars of the current generation. They were experienced and knowledgeable. Since they were satisfied, the others would be too. "You brat, don't pretend to be innocent. You know what's going on, yet you still ask us old men." Chu Suiliang blew at his beard and rolled his eyes at Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. These people were smart. It was as if they could see through all his thoughts. At the same time, in Chang'an City, as the news of the opening ceremony spread, the entire Chang'an City began to boil. At that moment, no one was doing business or strolling on the streets. There were only cheering crowds. White Deer College's basketball game is finally going to start. I've been waiting for a few years. F***CKU. How long has it been since President Zhong made this basketball? You said a few years. Don't you want your old face? Yeah, F***CKU. You don't even know about President Zhong's basketball. Why are you going to watch a basketball game? In an instant, the strange person in everyone's eyes was attacked by the crowd and fled. The unpleasant quarrel ended, but everyone's enthusiasm for the basketball game did not diminish. The streets and alleys were filled with cheering Chang'an citizens. They usually did not have the chance to go to White Deer College, let alone watch a basketball game. That was for the rich and powerful. Tomorrow, Xiao Mountain would be open to the public. Everyone could go up and watch a basketball game. How could they not be excited? Among them, the happiest were the businessmen. Since ancient times, businessmen were the best at making money. The businessmen in Chang'an were no exception. They seized this opportunity. Knowing that there would be many people on Xiao Mountain, they prepared to sell their goods on Xiao Mountain. After hearing the news, Zhu Zi, who sold fermented glutinous rice, and Hu Zi, who sold steamed buns, began to prepare their goods at home. They were going to grab a good spot on Xiao Mountain the next morning. Even if they could not enter White Deer College, they could still do business on the roadside. The next day, at 5 o'clock, the jade rabbit in the sky disappeared. A few stars could be vaguely seen. Chang'an City was a little bright. However, the fog made it difficult to tell the direction. At this moment, many houses were lit up by candles one after another. On the originally empty street, many people carrying baskets appeared one after another. They didn't speak to each other as they walked towards the end of the street with their belongings. Looking from afar, these people were all heading towards Xiao Mountain. It turned out that these people were planning to go to Xiao Mountain as early as possible to get a good position. Those who were carrying poles were preparing to sell goods. Some of them were also going to watch the competition. There were more and more people on the street, and the whole street seemed to be congested. They squeezed forward one by one. As time passed, the fog slowly dissipated. The people walking in front had arrived at Pyrolite Mountain first. The people behind him followed one after another. The entire Pyrolite Mountain was densely packed with countless people, which made one's scalp go numb. 2 students of the academy stood at the entrance of the academy. They were here to patrol. Because the basketball match was going to be held today, Zhong Feng was afraid that something might happen, so he arranged for them to patrol every 2 hours. One of the students seemed to have seen something. He raised the lantern in his hand and looked at his companion. Yun Ping, look ahead. What's that? The student called Yun Ping frowned. He also raised the lantern in his hand and looked ahead. There's nothing. Yiming, did you see wrongly? No, I didn't see anything moving. Yiming was a little unwilling and pulled Yun Ping with his hand. Yun Ping originally thought that there was nothing, but after hearing Yun Ping's words, he felt a little uneasy. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Then let's go and take a look." After saying that, he pulled Yiming and walked forward with the lantern in his hand. Suddenly, a human face appeared in front of them. Who is it? The 2 of them took half a step back, feeling a little scared. After all, it was still 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky was not completely bright. Ordinary people wouldn't go up the mountain at this time. Hihi, little brother, don't be afraid. I'm here to watch the basketball match. I'm here to eat a steamed bun. The person put down the pole and took out a white steamed bun from it and handed it to the student. He was Hu Zi, who sold steamed buns in Chang'an. This time, he took the opportunity to watch the basketball match and sell some steamed buns at the same time. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yiming did not take the steamed bun. He was still a little scared. He held the lantern and shone it on Hu Zi's face. Seeing Hu Zi's silly smile, Yiming relaxed his vigilance. Why are you here so early to watch the basketball match? If I don't come early, I'm afraid there won't be any space. Everyone in our village is here. Look. Hu Zi pointed behind him with a face full of disbelief. Hearing that, Yun Ping hurriedly extended the lantern to the front. Good Lord, he didn't know if he didn't see it. He was shocked when he saw it. Countless people were walking up the mountain. Many of them were carrying things. Yun Ping was frightened and was a little speechless. Little brother, don't be afraid. These are the people of Chang'an City. They're here to watch the basketball match. Hu Zi said with a smile. The 2 of them looked at each other and were a little speechless. Damn it. They came so early to watch the basketball match. The sky wasn't even bright. Chapter 1753. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 of them were brave, anyone else would have been scared to death. Yiming rolled his eyes at Hu Zi and said angrily, "Wait here. I have to report to the dean. After all, it's too early. We can't make the decision." "Okay, sorry to trouble you." Huzi chuckled and quickly took out 2 steamed buns from the basket and handed them to the two. You two haven't eaten yet, right? Here. Yiming swallowed his saliva. In fact, he had been hungry for a long time. He glanced at Huzi and didn't find anything strange. He took the white steamed bun and took 2 bites. He said vaguely, "Wait here. I'll go inform the dean." With that, Yiming held the steamed bun in one hand and ran to Zhongfeng's residence. Soon, he arrived at Zhongfeng's residence. Dean, something happened at the entrance. Yiming panted and shouted loudly. In the room, Zhongfeng was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he was awakened by the shouting. He held the blanket tightly, but the shouting didn't stop. Dean, Zhongfeng couldn't take it anymore. He pulled the blanket away and shouted at the door, "Damn it! Which bastard is disturbing Lao Tzu's sleep? Do you want to die?" With that, he jumped up from the bed, opened the door, and walked out quickly. "You better give Lao Tzu a reason." Zhongfeng pointed at Yiming and shouted. Yiming felt wronged. He lowered his head and said, "Dean, I know it's not good to disturb your sleep, but something really happened. A bunch of Chang and citizens came to watch the basketball game." "What did you say?" Zhongfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's still 5 o'clock in the morning. Why are they here so early?" Yiming kept his head down, not daring to look at Zhongfeng. "They came early. They want to get a good seat. Otherwise, there will be too many people." Hearing this, Zhongfeng frowned. If they came so early, it meant that there would be more people behind them. Would White Deer College be able to accommodate so many people? Besides, there weren't that many seats. If it really didn't work, then some people could only stand and watch. Just as he was thinking, Yiming's voice rang out once more, "Dean, these people are still outside the academy. Should we let them in?" Upon hearing that, Zhongfeng looked at the entrance of the academy. As expected, countless lanterns were swaying on the mountain, and there were many more at the entrance of the academy. Each person had a lantern. How many people were there? He couldn't blame anyone but himself for attracting too much attention to the basketball game. Since he was already here, he couldn't just leave him outside the door. "Let them in." Zhongfeng sighed inwardly and looked at Yiming. "Also, go and inform the students who are still sleeping to get up and gather for the basketball match." Yiming nodded and ran towards the door. At this time, Zhongfeng was no longer sleepy. He went back to his room, put on his clothes, and walked to the basketball court. The basketball court was already filled with people. They were not students, but the people of Chang'an who came to watch the basketball game. Some of them had baskets in their hands, while others had shoulders. Only a small group of people had nothing in their hands. When he saw this scene, Zhongfeng was dumbfounded. He had a bad feeling. What the hell was this? Did they come to the academy to watch the game or to eat? Zhu Zi's eyes were sharp. He discovered Zhongfeng in the first glimmer of light. He hurriedly went forward and said with a smile, "President Zhong, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Come, a bowl of fermented glutinous rice." After that, he turned around and opened the jar behind him. He scooped out a bowl of boiling fermented glutinous rice and handed it to Zhongfeng. As Zhu Zi's voice rang out, the people around also gathered around. "Oh, this is President Zhong. Oh my God, I finally see a living person today. Dean, come and eat the egg that my old hen laid to nourish your body. Dean, eat mine. Mine is a 2.5-year-old hen. None of yours is good. Mine is chicken soup. Dean, eat mine." Zhongfeng was still in a daze. His ears were buzzing, and a bowl of fermented glutinous rice suddenly appeared in front of him. He was a little confused. "You are President Zhong, you are so forgetful." Zhu Zi smiled innocently. "I am Zhu Zi, who often sells fermented glutinous rice in Tonghui Lane. You used to drink my fermented glutinous rice." When he said this, Zhongfeng was vaguely affected. After all, there were too many people selling things in Tonghui Lane. How could he know who was who? "Zhu Zi, why did you bring fermented glutinous rice to White Deer College? Also, are these people carrying pots the same as you?" Zhongfeng pointed at the people behind Zhu Zi who were carrying bottles and jars. "Dean, You don't know how beneficial the basketball game you organized this time is for us, Zhu Zi said with a smile. This made Zhong Feng even more confused. Didn't he organize the basketball game because of his promise? He also wanted to promote this event. What did it have to do with them? He didn't understand and asked, "How is the basketball game beneficial to you?" Zhu Zi curled his lips and was a little proud. Since you organized the basketball game, those who play basketball have to eat. Although White Deer College doesn't lack food, our own family isn't bad either. That's why we brought some over to sell and earn some money. Zhu Zi lowered his head. He was a little ashamed. Chapter 1754. After all, the academy belonged to someone else. It was rude of them to bring their goods here to do business without informing him first. Zhong Feng finally understood that these people were here to make money during the basketball game. Lao Tzu organized the basketball game for them to watch. If they were not here to do business, they could have just brought their own eyes. Why did they bring their own goods here? Did they think that Lao Tzu was a wet market? However, even though they scolded him, these people were still smart. They knew that they had to seize this opportunity to make a fortune. Here, Dean, give me a bowl of fermented glutinous rice. Zhu Zi was indeed a businessman. Seeing that Zhong Feng's expression was not right, he quickly handed over the fermented glutinous rice in his hand. Zhong Feng rolled his eyes at Zhu Zi. He now suspected that this guy was the one who started it. However, he could not say it out loud. After all, everyone was trying to make a living. He took the fermented glutinous rice and forced a smile. I don't object to you selling things, but you have to abide by the rules of the academy and not cause trouble. After he finished speaking, he picked up the bowl and swallowed it in one gulp. As for what Zhu Zi said, he did not hear it at all. He only hoped that these people would not destroy the academy and would not go around spilling food. Seeing that Zhong Feng had eaten the fermented glutinous rice, the others could not stand it and took their own food. Dean, have a bite of mine. You haven't eaten my eggs yet, Dean. Seeing this, Zhong Feng quickly waved his hand and fled. If he ate any more, he would be stuffed to death. Just as he was about to leave the basketball game, Yuan Hong came over with a group of students. Zhong Feng did not have a place to vent his anger, and now there was a punching bag. He quickly stepped forward and said with a gloomy face, "Yuan Hong, why are you only here now? Do you only know how to sleep the whole day?" Yuan Hong rubbed his sleepy eyes and was a little confused. "I'm sorry, Dean." Seeing this, Zhong Feng could not vent his anger. He pointed to the commoners behind him and said, "Yuan Hong, these are the commoners who came to watch the competition. Get some people to make arrangements for them. Leave 3,000 seats and distribute the rest to the commoners." With that said, Zhong Feng was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. "Also, you can't eat the food of the common people. By the way, help me pay for a person called Zhu Zi's wine." After hearing all this, Yuan Hong, who was still in a daze, became even more confused. What did he mean by not eating the food of the common people? How could the commoners get food to watch a basketball match? And what fermented glutinous rice? Just as he was about to ask for clarification, he realized that Zhong Feng had left without looking back. Yuan Hong had no choice but to lead his students to the basketball court. However, as soon as he walked to the side of the court, he was stunned. The others behind him were also stunned. At the same time, in the mansion of Hai Ju-Klu, the lights in the mansion gradually brightened. The servants on night duty were replaced by a new batch of servants. Cheng Yarojin was sleeping. To be precise, he was sleeping on the floor. Last night, because he drank a little too much before going to bed, he was kicked off the bed by Madame Cheng. He hugged the blanket that could not cover his body and shivered on the floor. Even so, the cold weather could not stop his persistence to fall asleep. His snores shook the sky. At this moment, there was a series of knocks and shouts outside the door. "Master, something bad has happened. Master, wake up." Inside the room, Cheng Yarojin was sleeping soundly. How could he hear the servants' voices? However, the voices woke Madame Cheng up. She frowned and shouted at the door, "What are you making so much noise for? Are you tired of living?" The servants were startled. He did not dare to provoke the famous tigress of the Tang dynasty. However, after thinking about the matter at hand, he hurriedly said, "Madam, please forgive me. I didn't do it on purpose. Something has happened. I just received a report that the commoners of Chang'an City have all gone to White Deer College. Xiao Mountain is full of people. If you don't go now, you won't be able to go up later." "What? The commoners of Chang'an have all gone up Xiao Mountain?" Madam Cheng exclaimed in surprise and sat up straight. She knew how powerful the commoners of Chang'an were. Once the mountain was full of people, no one could go up. Not to mention a duke, even a prince might not be able to squeeze in. There were so many commoners on the mountain. How could it be so easy to get out of the way? You couldn't possibly kill them. Besides, old Cheng still had to participate in the basketball game. If he was late, he could only *King watch from the foot of the mountain. Thinking of this, she wanted to look at old Cheng, who was sleeping soundly on the ground. She was instantly furious. This guy knew that he was going to the game today, but he still dared to drink last night. "Bastard, are you still sleeping?" Madam Cheng got off the bed and went to old Cheng. She grabbed his ear and said fiercely, "Bastard, get up quickly." Old Cheng, who was still dreaming, suddenly felt pain and sat up. "Who the *CK hit me?" "It's your mother." Madam Cheng did not let go and used even more strength. Old Cheng turned around and quickly squeezed out a bitter smile. "Madam, what's wrong with you? Didn't you get angry last night?" Hearing this, Madam Cheng's expression turned even uglier, and she used even more strength. "You bastard, you still have the face to say that. You only know how to drink and sleep every day. The commoners of Chang'an have all gone to White Deer College. If you were a little later, you wouldn't even be able to catch up with the heat." Chapter 1755. As soon as she finished speaking, old Cheng's expression changed. "What? The people went up Xiao Mountain so early?" After saying that, he ignored the pain in his ear and hurriedly grabbed his clothes, ready to run out of the house. Seeing this, Madam Cheng let go and said in a slightly gentler tone, "Remember to call old He and the emperor later. Otherwise, let's see how you'll end up after the competition." Old Cheng chuckled and kissed Madam Cheng. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, my good wife." After saying that, he grabbed his clothes and ran out of the door. Only the embarrassed Madam Cheng was left in the room. As soon as he left the room, old Cheng saw the servant who had sent the message earlier. He hurriedly said, "Cheng Yi, quickly tell Cheng and those bastards to stop sleeping. Damn it, we won't be able to go up Xiao Mountain later. Bring Lao Tzu's horse over." After saying that, he ran to the outer courtyard without looking back. As he ran, he put on his clothes impatiently. Cheng Yi also knew the severity of the matter. He hurriedly went to inform Cheng and the others to gather in the outer courtyard. Not long after, everyone from the basketball team arrived in the front courtyard. Old Cheng glanced at the disheveled crowd and hurriedly said, "Let's set off immediately. Let's go to the Duke of Yi's mansion first." With that, he mounted his horse and galloped in the direction of the Duke of Yi's mansion. Everyone followed closely behind. Not long after, everyone arrived at the Duke of Yi's mansion. Old Cheng jumped off his horse and rushed straight into the mansion. When the servant at the door saw that it was Cheng Yarojin, he hurriedly went forward to welcome him. "Duke Lu, excuse me for not welcoming you. May I ask why you've come to the mansion so early?" Old Cheng didn't even look at the servant and directly rushed into the mansion. The servant couldn't say anything. After all, Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong's relationship was obvious. If he blocked the way, he would be courting death. Old He, as soon as he entered, old Cheng's mouth didn't stay idle. He began to shout. It didn't matter if he didn't shout, but all the servants in the mansion came over. They were about to curse when they saw that it was old Cheng, so they quickly shut up. "Where is old He sleeping?" Old Cheng asked the servants. The servant naturally knew who this fellow was talking about. He didn't dare to be negligent and pointed to the innermost room. Old Cheng was about to walk inside quickly when he suddenly thought of something. He said to the servants, "Call Big Black's horse and basketball team immediately and gather in the front yard." Everyone was a little confused. Although Lu Guogong had a good relationship with his master, he shouldn't go so far as to meddle in the affairs of the Duke of Yi estate, right? Old Cheng didn't think so. Seeing that the family didn't move, he instantly became angry and shouted, "Damn it, Laro Tsu's words don't work, do they? Do you believe that Laro Tsu will chop you up right now?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed, and they all ran away. Old Cheng snorted and quickly walked to the front of the house. He was about to break in, but when he thought about it, he realized that things would get out of hand if he saw his sister-in-law. Thus, he stood at the door and shouted, "Big Old Black, quickly get up for Laro Tsu. Big Old Black, something big has happened." Old Cheng's voice was quite good. Not long after, Yu Qigong's loud cursing came from the room. "That bastard is cursing Laro Tsu. Is he tired of living? Wait for Laro Tsu to come out and deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was opened, and a gloomy face appeared in front of him. It was Yu Qigong. "Big Old Black, why are you still sleeping?" Old Cheng grabbed Yu Qigong and said anxiously, "Damn it, something big has happened. The people of Chang'an have all gone to White Deer College. If we're a step late, we'll only be able to drink the northwest wind later." When Yu Qigong, who was still a little confused, heard this, he instantly felt as if he had taken a cold shower. His entire body trembled. "What the hell are you talking about? The people of Chang'an have gone up Xiao Mountain. Why are they going so early? How does Laro Tsu know? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get the clothes. Let's go find His Majesty. Otherwise, we won't even be able to go up the mountain later." As soon as he said this, Yu Qigong instantly woke up. "Okay, you wait here for Laro Tsu. Laro Tsu will go change immediately." With that, he turned around and rushed into the room. A moment later, he heard a crackling sound and a woman's cursing from inside. "Big Old Black, are you King done?" Old Cheng was a little impatient from waiting. I'm coming. Yu Qigong rushed out as he put on his clothes. He pulled Old Cheng and hurriedly walked into the courtyard. Let's go find His Majesty." The two of them rushed to the front courtyard. At this moment, the horses and basketball team had been waiting here for a long time. Old Cheng was quite useful when he was fierce. "Let's get on the horse and go to the palace to find His Majesty." Old Cheng mounted his horse, said something to Yu Qigong, and galloped away. Yu Qigong led a group of people and followed closely behind, afraid that they would fall behind. The two of them set off in the direction of the palace. However, they had just taken a few hundred steps when they discovered a serious problem. Chang'an Street was filled with people. They were all carrying goods on their shoulders as they set off in the direction of Xiao Mountain. How the hell were they going to get there? Old Cheng suddenly had a headache. He turned around to look at Yu Qigong and found that he was still in a daze. Yu Qigong didn't pay much attention to it just now. After all, what did the people of Chang'an know? They were just here to join in the fun. Chapter 1756. Na Cheng thought, F*ck, the entire street of Chang'an is filled with commoners. This is too scary. However, Old Cheng's anger flared up. He slapped the back of Yu Qigong's head and roared, "Big old hey, I'll charge at the front later. You'll be closer to the back. Don't F*king get lost." After saying that, he didn't wait for Yu Qigong's reaction and roared at the commoners. "Get out of the way. All the commoners in front, get out of the way for Laro Tsu." The commoners who were rushing along were so frightened that they turned around abruptly. When they saw that it was Old Cheng, they instantly cried out in alarm. "Oh my God, the Great Demon King is here. Quickly make way for the Great Demon King. Those in front who don't know death, quickly get out of the way." The commoners immediately dodged to the side of the road, afraid that they would be hit by Old Cheng. Soon, a wide road was cleared out on the main street. Seeing this, Old Cheng whipped his horse, shouted, and ran in the direction of the palace. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the palace. At this time, it was already morning. The sky was starting to brighten, and everything within a radius of half a mile could be seen. When the guards guarding the palace gate saw that it was Duke Lu and Duke Yi, they hurriedly went up to greet them. "Greetings, Duke Lu. May I know why you've come to the palace so early? If it was any other day, it would be understandable. However, His Majesty had already given the order that today was a holiday. Why did the two of them still come to the palace? The guard was a little confused. Old Cheng didn't care so much. He pushed the guard away. Don't King talk nonsense with Laro Tsu. Laro Tsu has important matters to discuss with His Majesty. After saying that, Old Cheng rushed into the palace. They were the guards of the imperial palace. If something were to happen, they would be beheaded. However, when they saw the two fiendish killing gods, they still said with a pleasant expression, "Two high dukes, please don't make things difficult for this lowly one. Trespassing into the imperial palace is punishable by death. Even this lowly one can't afford it. If someone were to trespass into the palace, not only would the trespasser be punished, even the guards of the palace would be punished. They would not be able to bear it." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Cheng immediately flew into a rage. He slapped the guard in the face and glared at him. "You bastard, do you really think you're a human? If you delay the important matters of me, Laro Tsu, and His Majesty, Laro Tsu will destroy you." The guard was knocked to the ground, and the pain caused him to shiver. He was normally a guard of the palace gates, so he could be considered a veteran. Seeing the expressions on the faces of Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi today, he knew that something must have happened, or else they wouldn't be acting like this. Moreover, although Lu Guogong was usually fierce, he wouldn't do it on a whim. Did something really happen? If he were to spoil the plan because of his interference, then he would not hesitate to execute his entire family. Thinking of this, he hurriedly stood up, covered his hot cheeks, and hurriedly said, "Two high dukes, please calm down. I will take you to His Majesty's bedroom." After saying that, he turned to his companion and said, "Quickly go and inform eunuch Xiao Gizi that Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi are coming to see His Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, the guard turned to look at Old Cheng and Yu Qigong. "Two high dukes, please." Old Cheng snorted coldly and strode towards the imperial palace. Horses were not allowed in the imperial palace, so the two of them could only walk. The basketball team was waiting outside the door. A moment later, the two of them arrived near Li Shimin's bedroom. At this moment, Xiao Gizi was also standing at the entrance of the palace. He had been informed by the guard. Originally, as His Majesty's personal eunuch, he could only sleep when His Majesty was asleep. In total, he hadn't slept well for a few days. He had been woken up by these two fools for the past few days. He had long cursed them in his heart, but the other party's status was too high, so he endured it in his heart. Seeing the two of them walk up, Xiao Gizi hurriedly put on a smile. "High Dukes, why have you come to see His Majesty so early in the morning?" Old Cheng took a step forward and hurriedly said, "Xiao Gizi, quickly go and wake His Majesty up. Something happened at the basketball game." Xiao Gizi quivered. As the most popular person by His Majesty's side, he naturally knew the importance of the basketball game. It was His Majesty's favorite sport. He didn't dare to neglect this. He hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed in. As for Old Cheng and Yu Qigong, these two smart people naturally waited outside the door. This was because the two of them knew Li Shimin too well. He had lived in the military camp since he was young and had a temper. Although he was now the emperor and had restrained himself a lot, it was still uncomfortable to be woken up while sleeping. Xiao Gizi had just entered for less than a cigarette when loud cursing came from inside. "Are you tired of living? There's no court today. It wasn't easy for me to have a good night's sleep, and you're here to wake me up. Your Majesty, please spare me. It's High Duke Lu and High Duke Yi who have something to discuss with you. They said that something happened at the basketball game. After all this time, it's those two guys. What could happen at the basketball game? Isn't there still Fengzi? Tell them to come in and see me." The cursing slowly stopped. Not long after, Xiao Gizi walked out with his hand covering his red face. He looked at Old Cheng and Yu Qigong bitterly. "His Majesty asked you to come in." Old Cheng and Yu Qigong looked at each other. They were a little scared, but when they thought about the basketball game, they hurriedly walked to the bedchamber. In the bedchamber, Li Shimin was half lying on the bed with a cigarette in his hand. His eyes were slightly narrowed as he looked at old Cheng and Yu Qigong, who had just walked in. Chapter 1757. Tell me, why did the two of you disturb my sleep? Don't use small matters to brush me off. After saying that, Li Shimin put the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep puff, and let out a long breath. Obviously, he was very angry after being woken up this time and was trying his best to suppress it. If old Cheng and Yu Qigong couldn't give a good reason, it wouldn't be easy. Old Cheng and Yu Qigong looked at each other. The latter nudged old Cheng with the tip of his elbow, indicating for him to speak. Old Cheng glared at Yu Qigong, but he still took a step forward and stammered, "Your Majesty, I just received news that the people of Chang'an set off for White Deer College at dawn. Now, White Deer College is surrounded by people. It's probably difficult to go up." "What did you say?" Li Shimin was shocked, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. "Why are the people going so early?" This, old Cheng spread his hands and smiled bitterly. "I don't know either. When old Hay and I rushed over, there were still many people on Chang'an Avenue heading for White Deer College. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to go up later." Hearing this, Li Shimin frowned. It wasn't that he doubted old Cheng's words, but he couldn't figure out why the people were going so early. Watching a basketball game? But the sky wasn't completely bright yet. Ridiculous, really King ridiculous. "Your Majesty, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to go up," Yu Qigong urged from the side. Li Shimin nodded and shouted outside the door, "Little Gizi, come and undress me." As soon as he finished speaking, Little Gizi walked in with a group of palace maids in casual clothes. Little Gizi's mind worked quickly. He had been listening outside the door, so he heard everything clearly. In a short while, the clothes were changed. "Prepare the horses and leave the palace," Li Shimin said to Little Gizi as he walked. "Your Majesty, the horses have been prepared. The army of women has been waiting outside the palace for a long time." Little Gizi bowed and said. Li Shimin nodded and quickly walked out of the palace gate. Old Cheng and Yu Qigong followed closely behind. Sure enough, the army of women had been waiting at the palace gate for a long time. Li Shimin mounted his horse and galloped towards White Deer College. Everyone followed closely behind. As soon as he exited the palace, he saw countless commoners walking on the streets in the direction of White Deer College. This scene made Li Shimin's scalp tingle. He looked at old Cheng beside him and hurriedly said, "Old Cheng, hurry up and lead the way." Old Cheng nodded and shouted to the front, "The people in front, get out of the way." It had to be said that old Cheng's voice was still effective. When the people saw such a formation, they quickly moved to the side. Old Cheng squeezed his horse's belly and rushed forward to open the way for Li Shimin. Only then did the group set off for White Deer College. Finally, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. However, the scene in front of them made them stop in their tracks. Huff! Li Shimin reined in his horse and stared at the scene in front of him. Humans. There were people all over the mountains and plains. The entire Xiao Mountain was filled with a dense crowd of people. There were people carrying loads and baskets. Basically, no one was empty-handed. These commoners had to bring food to watch a basketball game. Were they planning to live on Xiao Mountain? Everyone was stunned. After a while, Li Shimin finally reacted. He got off his horse and stopped a man who was about to go up the mountain with a load. "Brother, what are you carrying?" The man stopped and said with a smile, "What? You want to sell my steamed buns?" Li Shimin shook his head and continued to ask, "Brother, why did you bring so much food up the mountain?" The man looked at Li Shimin strangely. "You're not from here, right? You don't even know this. Today, President Zhong is holding the opening ceremony of the basketball game. We're all going to watch the opening ceremony and sell some of our things." Li Shimin was even more confused when he heard this. He subconsciously asked, "What does the opening ceremony of the basketball game have to do with you selling things?" The man glanced at Li Shimin and said proudly, "It's obvious that you don't know how to do business. Today is the opening ceremony. There will definitely be a lot of high-ranking officials and nobles coming. When the time comes, these high-ranking officials and nobles will definitely eat. Although our things aren't very good and we might not be able to sell them, We might be able to sell them if we try our luck. Hearing this, Li Shimin finally understood. These commoners had originally planned to use this competition as an opportunity to go up the mountain to do business. It had to be said that the working people were still very smart. However, with so many people, Xiao Mountain was already full. How could he go up the mountain? He couldn't chase these commoners away, right? Are you going to sell my steamed buns or not? The man was a little unhappy. Then I'll buy some. Li Shimin was a little embarrassed. After all, he had been asking the man for so long. He turned to look at Cheng Yarojin. Old Cheng, give the money to this young man. After traveling all morning, old Cheng was already hungry. He quickly took out some copper coins and stuffed them into the man's hand. I want all your steamed buns. The man looked at the money in his hand and was instantly overjoyed. He put down the burden in his hand, turned around, and ran up the mountain. Seeing this, Li Shimin said to Cheng Yarojin, Old Cheng, old you, eat some steamed buns. Wait for a while and lead the way. Chapter 1758. The two of them laughed mischievously and distributed the steamed buns. After a while, everyone was full. Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong took on the heavy responsibility of being the two guardians and led the basketball team to open a path. The two of them were born in the military and were not cultured people. They pushed and shoved to open a path. When the surrounding commoners saw their attire, they knew that they were not to be trifled with. They suppressed their anger. After walking for about 5 minutes, they finally arrived at White Deer College. They did not linger and walked directly to the basketball court. When they arrived at the basketball court, they saw another scene that made them dumbfounded. There was not a single person sitting on the basketball court, but there were countless commoners surrounding the court. They placed their items on the ground to sell. Some were selling fermented glutinous rice, some were selling steamed buns, and some were selling eggs. In short, they were selling everything. When he saw this, Li Shimin actually felt a little hungry. He rubbed his rumbling stomach. It turned out that he had not eaten a single grain of rice since he woke up. Let's go, old Cheng, old you, get a bowl of fermented glutinous rice. After he finished speaking, Li Shimin quickly walked to the store that was selling fermented glutinous rice. The person selling fermented glutinous rice was Zhu Zi. He had occupied a good spot, but he had not opened for business the entire morning. When he saw Li Shimin and the rest walking over, he was delighted and quickly went to greet them. Oh, you must be the officials who came to play basketball. You're really lucky. My fermented glutinous rice just came out of the oven and is still warm. Li Shimin nodded and replied, yes, serve the fermented glutinous rice. We'll count according to the number of people and get something that can fill our stomachs. The basketball players had woken up at the same time as them and had not eaten anything. If they did not fill their stomachs now, they would not be able to go on stage later. He suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing for the commoners to sell their items. The commoners earned money in the middle, and the players also ate. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he had forgotten something. Without the commoners, they would not have been able to attend White Deer College so early. All right, please wait a moment. I'll buy some steamed buns and steamed buns for you. Zhu Zi replied excitedly and ran to the other stalls. Li Shimin's group had a total of more than 40 people. 1 bowl per person was enough for him to make a fortune. At this moment, Zhong Feng's voice came from not far away. Laro Li, why are you guys here so early? Li Shimin turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Zhong Feng was walking towards him. He immediately became angry. It's all your fault, kid. So many people came for the opening ceremony. If I didn't come earlier, I wouldn't have been able to climb Mount Yi. Zhong Feng sat on the stool and patted Li Shimin's shoulder. He smiled awkwardly and said, I didn't expect so many people to come up and buy their own food. Without waiting for Li Shimin's reply, Zhong Feng turned to Zhu Zi and said, Zhu Zi, add another bowl of fermented glutinous rice and bring some steamed buns. Kid, you still have the guts to eat. Let me ask you, when is the opening ceremony? Cheng Yaojin's expression was a little ugly as he interjected. He was the first to wake up that morning. He was as tired as a dog and didn't eat or drink. When he finally reached Mount Yi, He saw this scene. Don't be anxious. When all the participating teams are here, we'll start immediately. Zhong Feng took the bowl of fermented glutinous rice from Zhu Zi and smiled. Previously, he thought that the people coming up the mountain to do business would affect the competition. Now, it seemed that not only would it not affect the competition, but it would also benefit the competition. It could be seen from Laro Li and the others. These guys would look for food when they were hungry. The people took advantage of this opportunity. He had to admire the person who set up the stalls around the basketball court and even sold things after watching the basketball game. He was really king genius. Although White Deer College prepared food, it was inevitable that they would overlook it. With these people, there was nothing to worry about. There are so many people at the foot of the mountain. When will all the teams be here? Cheng Yarojin held the bowl of fermented glutinous rice and ate as he said, "Don't wait. Let's start the ceremony after we finish eating." "Yes, we can't wait." Yu Qigong also urged from the side. After he finished speaking, he passed the bowl of fermented glutinous rice to Zhu Zi. "Give me another bowl. We don't have to wait too long. Now, we just have to wait for the Imperial College. The other officials are already here." Zhong Feng said with a smile. "What did you say?" Cheng Yarojin stared. "Why didn't these guys call Laro Tzu when they came? They made Laro Tzu climb the mountain for so long. Why should they call you that? Hurry up and eat the fermented glutinous rice." Zhong Feng rolled his eyes at old Cheng and said angrily, "When the people from the Imperial College arrive, we'll start the ceremony immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Hong ran over and quietly whispered something into Zhong Feng's ear. Zhong Feng put on a smile and said, "The people from the directorate have arrived. The opening ceremony will begin soon. Go and take your seats in the auditorium." "Why should I go to the spectator seats? I still have to compete." Cheng Yarojin was anxious. He thought that the competition wouldn't start. Chapter 1759. You have to perform a song and dance for the opening ceremony, you country bumpkin. Zhong Feng snorted and left with a wave of his sleeves. Li Shimin smiled knowingly. He knew that Feng Zi was going to perform the battle-breaking music. "Let's go to the audience seats first." With that, he asked Cheng Yarojin to pay and walked to the audience seats. At this moment, the audience seats were already full. They were all high-ranking officials and nobles of the Tang dynasty. Yu Shenan, Ouyang Xiu, Xue Ji, Chu Suiliang, and the others sat in the front row. Wei Zheng, Zhongsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others sat in the second row. Some officials and generals sat in the third row. Some nobles and merchants sat in the fourth row. Seeing Li Shimin and the others walk to the audience seats, the crowd was shocked and quickly gave up their seats. Yu Shenan, Ouyang Xiu, and the others in the first row snorted coldly and ignored them. Li Shimin didn't mind. He was already used to these old guys being stubborn. Once they had a bad impression of you, it wouldn't change for the rest of your life. He shook his head and sat in the second row with Cheng Yarojin and the others. Back in the audience seats, Zhong Feng slowly walked up the stage with a strange object in his hand. The reason why it was strange was because it was round on one end and pointed on the other. It looked like a cylinder. In fact, this was a temporary microphone that Zhong Feng asked the students to make. There was no choice. There were too many people in the audience. If he spoke in a low voice, no one could hear him. Hello everyone. Welcome to the opening ceremony of White Deer College. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a round of applause from the audience. Looking at the source of the applause, it was the people who were selling things. To them, Principal Zhong was their benefactor who had helped them earn money this time. Although they couldn't understand what was being said, it was necessary for them to applaud. Zhong Feng waved his hand, indicating for everyone to stop. Then, he placed the microphone by his mouth and announced loudly, "In order to thank everyone for participating in the opening ceremony, White Deer Institute has specially prepared a musical performance, Qin Wang breaking the formation, for everyone to enjoy." As soon as these words came out, the audience that was still extremely noisy just now instantly became silent. Before they came, they all knew that they were going to perform the Qin Wang breaking the array. But when they heard it with their own ears, they couldn't help but feel a little excited. This was especially true for the commoners. With their qualifications, they would never be able to come into contact with such a divine tune in their lifetime. And today, he could actually see it with his own eyes. This was a gift from the heavens. Some of the older elders' eyes were already starting to tear up. Looking at the spectator stands, they were different from the commoners. They were all solemn. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces, because they knew that this was the military song of the Tang dynasty. As for them, they were the officials of the Tang dynasty, so they had to watch the show with awe. At this moment, the melodious sound of a guqin was heard. It was like a gentle breeze caressing a willow tree. Following the sound of the guqin, the delicate sound of a pipa was also heard. The two were mixed together, as if a couple were telling each other their hearts. Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound. There was a group of people sitting at the edge of the basketball court. Each of them was holding a guqin, pipa, drum, flute, zun, and so on. The leaders were Jingshu and Zhong Yuyao. The two girls didn't care about what was going on outside. They were focused on playing the guqin, as if they had entered a state of selflessness. At this moment, the man playing the drum picked up the hammer in his hand and hit the frame of the drum. Then, the guqin and pipa started to play faster, as if there were 10,000 horses galloping. The flute and zun started to play as well. They played along with the guqin and pipa's fast rhythm. Dong dong, dong dong dong, the drums were beaten, and the drumbeats were like whips, raising the speed of the 10,000 horses. In an instant, the entire basketball court was filled with the perfect movement of everyone. In the audience, a man in armor suddenly jumped up from the bottom of the court. If one looked carefully, he was carrying a flag with the word Qin written on it. This man was Yuan Hong. In this performance, he would play the role of the Deputy General of the King of Qin, giving orders. Yuan Hong stood still and pulled out the King Qin flag on his back. He held it tightly with both hands and kept waving it in the air. After a while, a group of armored soldiers rushed up the court. It looked chaotic, but in fact, there was a hidden array. This was the secret of the King of Qin's breaking the array. After everyone got on the court, they immediately divided into 12 teams. Each team had 250 people. There were a total of 3,000 people. They were all students of the academy. They all looked serious. They were carrying tang swords and holding a spear in their hands. Although they lacked a murderous aura, they were more energetic and brave. Yuan Hong stood at the front and faced everyone. He waved the King Qin flag to the left. This was the order to change the formation. Because this was an official performance, they couldn't say the order. They could only wave the flag. Seeing this, the students at the front immediately raised their spears and stabbed forward. They kept shouting slogans. Kill, kill, accompanied by the music and dance performed by the band. The entire court was filled with a vicious aura. At the side of the court, the onlookers were shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a song and dance. Although they were ordinary people, they couldn't help but feel excited when they saw such a song and dance. Chapter 1760. Not to mention that this was a song and dance that only the royal family could watch. At this moment, they couldn't calm down. They were just ordinary people. To them, the song and dance they could see was a gift. They pressed their chests and tried to calm their hearts. In the audience, everyone was excited. Among them were generals, especially Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong. When they heard the word kill just now, they couldn't help but clench their fists. They thought of their brothers who had fought with them. Those people had died on the battlefield. As for Li Shimin, his eyes were actually moist. As the emperor, the former king of Qin, he understood the meaning of this song and danced the best. Back then, when he led the army to attack Liu Wuzhou, the whole army performed this song and dance that night. At that time, the torches lit up the night as if it was daytime. The whole army was cheering because the king of Qin defeated Liu Wuzhou. The next day, Li Shimin led the army to defeat Liu Wuzhou with the help of the high morale of the song. This song and dance could be said to have accompanied him for his whole life and won countless victories. Later, after the world was unified, Li Shimin ordered people to recompile the song and fill in the lyrics. That was how the song came to be today. This song and dance could be said to be the cornerstone of his success, and also a symbol of the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. Everyone was excited and looked at the scene on the field. On the stage, the rhythm of the song and dance became faster and faster, presenting a perfect auditory feast. Yuan Hong began to change the King of Qin's flag. Everyone followed the order and changed to the next formation, the right side. The 12 teams immediately stood opposite each other, pulled out their Tang swords, held them in the air, and roared. With everyone's performance, the field was once again set off a climax. The people on the sidelines looked at this scene as if they were watching their children enlist in the army. Yes, most of them were parents, and the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were their children. Some died on the battlefield, and some were still serving in the army. At this moment, they seemed to be infected by the passion on the field and shouted together. Roar! Roar! In the audience, Li Shimin looked at the crowd of people and clenched his fists tightly. He didn't expect that Feng Zi's performance of Qin Wang breaking the array would attract such a big response. Even the emotions of the people were stirred up. Following the performance on the stage, the Qin Wang breaking the battle formation music finally reached the final battle formation. Yuan Hong raised the Qin King banner and waved it in the air. Everyone quickly raised the spears in their hands and pointed them at the sky. He pulled out the Tang saber from his waist and waved it forward while roaring. By the law, the head of state will punish the traitors. Singing songs to break through the array, we enjoy the peaceful people together. Four Seas Royal Wind, Millennium Virtue Clear Water, he was not even wearing his military uniform. Today he had succeeded. Lord Shun Kai Chang Li, the subject is loyal to you. Look, after the revolution, it will be the autumn of peace. The roars of the 3,000 people shook the heavens and the earth, as if a gale was blowing. When the commoners heard this roar, their eyes instantly turned red. The commoner at the front seemed to be infected. He suddenly stood up, clenched his fists, and roared. Look, after the revolution, it will be the autumn of peace. With the first, there would be a second. The commoners couldn't help but stand up together and clap with the students. Look, after the revolution, it will be the autumn of peace. The officials in the audience couldn't help it anymore. They were all hot-blooded men, especially Cheng Yarojin, Yu Qigong, and the others. They were all generals who fought on the battlefield and killed countless people. This battle song was like praising their achievements. How could they not be excited? Look, after the revolution, it will be the autumn of peace. They also roared. They weren't showing off their hard work in front of Li Shimin, but they felt the same way. They were also generals who fought on the battlefield, not emotionless machines. At this moment, the entire basketball court was filled with deafening roars. No one sat down. Everyone stood up spontaneously and sang this battle song for the Tang dynasty. Even Yu Shenan, Ouyang Xiu, and the others stood up shakily. Although they didn't like Li Shimin very much, they were still the people of the Tang dynasty. They couldn't fall behind at this moment. Look, after the revolution, it will be the autumn of peace. Everyone roared excitedly. The basketball court was stirred up again at this moment. The roars spread out again and again. The people at the foot of the mountain who hadn't gone up yet. The people at the foot of the mountain were a little confused, but the grand atmosphere also affected them. The crowd also spontaneously roared. Soon, the entire Xiao Mountain was filled with roars that shook the sky. After about 15 minutes, the voices gradually quieted down. Everyone's mood was not so high. They used their palms to calm their restless hearts. They slowly sat down and waited for the next part of the basketball court. Zhong Feng walked out of the crowd. He slowly walked to the basketball court and picked up the microphone. Everyone, the opening ceremony is over. What do you think? As soon as he said that, the audience became excited again and cheered. President Zhong is a genius. He actually interpreted the music of the King of Qin breaking the enemy's front with a new feeling. Chapter 1761. That's right. President Zhong is more than just a genius. The vast ocean's laughter that he played at the Mid-Autumn Festival was heavenly. If I can listen to it again today, I, Zhong Hua, will have no regrets in my life. This sentence didn't mean much, but it attracted the attention of the surrounding people. That's right. President Zhong can play the vast ocean's laughter. The vast ocean's laughter. Immediately, the cheers caused a response. Everyone in the audience cheered non-stop. Many of them had heard Zhong Feng play the vast ocean's laughter at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the music was heavenly. Every time they thought about it, they couldn't help but feel excited. Today, they had watched the Emperor of Qin breaking the array. If they could listen to the vast ocean's laughter as well, they wouldn't have lived in vain. The vast ocean's laughter, the vast ocean's laughter, even the officials in the audience cheered excitedly. Among them, the civil officials were the loudest. They boasted that they were from noble and prestigious families. Since young, they were attached to this kind of music. Or rather, they worshipped it. It was a passion in their bones. Of course, there were also some generals. Although they were rough and only knew how to fight and kill every day, this didn't stop them from appreciating the heavenly music. The craziest were the students of White Deer College. To them, Zhong Feng was their teacher, their second parent. Without Zhong Feng, some of them wouldn't know where to suffer. Without Zhong Feng, would they have such a good life? Without Zhong Feng, would they have a bright future? At this moment, their teacher was being chased by millions. As students and disciples, they had to be at the forefront. The students stood up spontaneously, clenched their fists, and shouted in unison. The vast ocean's laughter, the vast ocean's laughter, the vast ocean's laughter. At this moment, the atmosphere in the basketball court was pushed to an unprecedented climax. When the people saw the students stand up, they couldn't control their restless hearts. They stood up one after another and waved their fists in respect to Zhong Feng. Even the officials in the audience were affected. They clenched their fists and shouted loudly. On the stage, Zhong Feng's eyes were red as he looked at the audience with excitement. He didn't expect that his words would cause such a huge reaction. This was everyone's affirmation of their results. This was the trust that everyone had in his character. It was also everyone's appreciation of his work. At this moment, how could he disappoint everyone? He resolutely walked to the front of the band, picked up a flute, and then walked to Jingshu with a smile. At this moment, there was no need for too many words. Just a look and a smile was enough for the other party to understand. Jingshu blushed and nodded at Zhong Feng. Her feelings were self-evident. Ding! The sound of the zither rang out. Yu Yong was tactful. With the sound of Jingshu's guzheng, the crowd's shouts gradually stopped. They quietly looked at the beautiful couple on the stage, their minds already filled with endless thoughts. Some had even closed their eyes, preparing to listen to this peerless sound. Zhong Feng was very satisfied with the performance of the people on the stage. He put the flute to his mouth, closed his eyes, and slowly blew into it with a smile. Woo! The clear sound of the flute slowly spread out. It was as if a lonely swordsman was walking in the desert. The zither and zither chimed together. The sound was sometimes low and sometimes euphemistic. The sonorous music was intoxicating. Everyone spontaneously closed their eyes and carefully enjoyed the beautiful ensemble. At this moment, the audience was strangely quiet. It was as if everyone could hear the sound of their heartbeats and breathing. Even the usually carefree Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong put away their restless hearts. This was because they felt that Fengzi's laughter seemed to be able to defeat the hostility in their hearts and purify their souls. At first, Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong thought that it was an illusion. However, after listening to it, they simply couldn't extricate themselves. The zither string seemed to be able to pluck at one's heart, and the flute seemed to be able to blow away the evil thoughts in one's heart. The lingering sound was beautiful and moving. On the side, Li Shimin was even more immersed. He had specially trained a group of musicians in the palace, and they were considered first-class experts. However, after hearing Fengzi's laughter today, he realized that there was always someone better. Those guys couldn't even compare to a single finger of Fengzi's. No, I must get Fengzi's score today and listen to it every day in the palace. Listening to this kind of heavenly sound should prolong one's life. Everyone had different thoughts. Sitting in the first row, Yu Shenan, Ouyang Xiu, and the others didn't think so much. They were all literary experts and were praised by the world as great scholars. Usually, There were countless diners in their house and countless dances and music to their ears. However, after hearing Fengzi's laughter today, they couldn't help but be intoxicated. At this moment, they felt as if they had been doused with a pot of strong wine, and their bodies were filled with enthusiasm. Fengzi's laughter was the sword of this life. With Fengzi's laughter, who could rival him? On the stage, the sound of the zither and flute gradually stopped. Only then did everyone slowly open their eyes and reluctantly pull themselves back from their reverie. They were somewhat unsatisfied. After all, this kind of heavenly sound was very difficult to hear. Chapter 1762. They had finally heard it today, but it was about to end again. Everyone looked at the beautiful woman on the stage with hope in their eyes. Zhongfeng put down his flute, and Jingshu stopped playing her zither. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Zhongfeng returned to the center of the court and picked up the microphone. Everyone, the opening ceremony is over. Now, let the basketball match begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience burst into applause. This was the afterglow that everyone dedicated to Zhongfeng's performance of the Laughter of the Sea. Of course, there was also the Qin Emperor breaking the array. With these two songs as the backdrop, the climax of the basketball court was stirred up again. Zhongfeng waved his hand and signaled for everyone to stop applauding. Then, he continued, "Next, I will talk about the rules of the basketball match. As there are too many participants, each team will only have 3 matches. Out of the 3 matches, civil officials will fight civil officials, and generals will fight generals. Now, all the basketball teams, please get ready. The first match will be between the Imperial Scribe and the Commandant." After he finished speaking, Zhongfeng got off the court. He was the referee this time to remind these people who were not familiar with the rules. After a while, 2 teams of young men wearing short sleeves and shorts walked onto the court. They were the Imperial Scribe Han Liang and the Commandant Zhuo Ranhao. These 2 teams had the same status in the Imperial Court, and they usually did not like each other. There would be a fierce battle today. Zhongfeng stood in the center, and the 2 teams stood on either side of him. Let me say this first. This is a basketball match. Don't do anything indecent. You are all officials. I don't need to say more, right? Zhongfeng looked at the leaders of the 2 teams and said. Why did he have to remind them? It was because he was worried that these guys would suddenly attack others during a basketball match. These guys were all generals. It was inevitable that they would bring their military habits to the court. If they treated the court as a battlefield, it would be a big problem. President Zhong, don't worry. I won't lower myself to his level. Liang he crossed his arms and said with disdain. Chimph, who do you think you are? Do I need to lower myself to your level? Zhuo Ranhao glared at Liang he, not to be outdone. Alright, don't be stubborn. The basketball match is more important. Zhongfeng waved his hand impatiently, signaling the 2 to get ready. After that, he tossed the basketball in his hand high into the air and turned around to stand at the edge of the court. Liang he and Zhuo Ranhao jumped up high at the same time. The 2 of them were about the same height. However, Liang his skills were better, and he managed to get the ball into his team's hands. When Na Cheng thought of this, Zhuo Zihao immediately lost his cool and wanted to turn around to snatch the ball. Liang he had sharp eyes and tripped Zhuo Zihao, causing him to fall to the ground. You could dare to throw Laro Tzu. Zhuo Zihao crawled on the ground, glaring at Liang he with bloodshot eyes. That's your own bad luck. It's not Laro Tzu's fault. Liang he sneered. After saying that, he turned around and ran to the basket. He jumped high and shot a backhand shot. Zhuo Zihao wanted to cry but had no tears. He stood up and went to find Zhongfeng. Referee, that guy Liang he kicked me just now and made me fall. I want to file a complaint against him. Zhongfeng glanced at Liang he and realized that he was smiling at him. If he kicked you, you can kick him back. I'll let it go this time. It's just the beginning, don't disappoint the audience. Zhongfeng said calmly. This situation was not easy to judge. The other party did not foul, so it was not easy to punish him. Okay, I know. Zhuo Ranhao sneered, turned around and ran away. After that, the 2 teams started to fight. It was either you punching me or kicking me. The habits of the military were brought over by these guys. However, this caused the audience to be extremely enthusiastic. They clapped their hands and some even cheered loudly for their favorite team. As the game continued, the audience cheered again. The officials in the audience sneered, as if to say that these guys were a disgrace to the imperial court. In the end, the Grand Scribe defeated the military officer and won the championship. Zhuo Ranhao could only leave. Zhong Feng returned to the court and raised the microphone. The match between the Grand Scribe and the military officer was very exciting. Although there was a small accident, it was not bad. Next, let's welcome the Imperial College and the Hongwen Guan team. After that, the Imperial College and the Hongwen Guan team walked onto the court. This time, the team was led by two young men. Liu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai were too old and could not withstand such high-intensity exercise. The Imperial College team was led by Bai Fei, the son of a high official. The Hongwen Guan team was led by Hu Choping, the nephew of a concubine. Both of them were very powerful. Of course, this referred to their background. Zhong Feng called the two teams to his side and started to warn them. You saw the Grand Scribe and the military officers team just now. You are all scholars, so I don't need to say more, right? President Zhong, don't worry. We are scholars, so we will not do anything vulgar. Bai Fei smiled and then looked at Hu Choping. What do you think, brother Hu? Seeing that the other party had said so, Hu Choping naturally agreed. Of course, President Zhong, don't worry. Zhong Feng glanced at the two of them. Although the two of them were on good terms, he kept getting the feeling that these two fellows were restless. They would definitely cause some trouble. Chapter 1763. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he decided to wait on the sidelines. After all, a scholar was no less ruthless than a general. The basketball was thrown up high, and Bai Fei took the lead to catch it with his height advantage. Hu Choping was also defending. The two teams played in a very orderly manner, with one attacking and one defending. Zhong Feng also felt that he was overthinking, so he let down his guard and prepared to drink a bowl of fermented glutinous rice. However, before he could drink it, he heard a loud shout. Bai Fei, what the F***ck are you doing? Can you kick that place? If you break it, you'll have no descendants. As soon as he said that, Zhong Feng was no longer in the mood to drink fermented glutinous rice. He quickly put down the bowl and ran to the court. There were many people around the court, and Zhong Feng quickly pushed the crowd away. Hu Choping was half lying on the court, curled up like an earthworm, and sweat was pouring down his face. Bai Fei, what the F***ck did you do to Hu Choping? Zhong Feng glared at Bai Fei, who was watching the show. Bai Fei was a little weak, but he still pretended to be calm. What can I do to him? I just kicked him. I didn't expect this guy to be so weak, so he was lying on the ground. Zhong Feng didn't want to talk nonsense with this guy. He wasn't afraid anyway. Hurry up and carry Hu Choping to the infirmary for treatment. After that, Zhong Feng looked at Bai Fei and said sternly, if anything happens to Hu Choping, you don't have to participate in this game. Bai Fei's face changed color, and he quickly begged for mercy. President Zhong, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know that guy would be like this. At most, I'll kick him back. Can you not deprive me of the right to participate? However, Zhong Feng didn't want to listen to this guy's nonsense. He walked to the center of the court and said loudly, there was an accident just now. Now, let's welcome the next team, the Vice Protector General. As he spoke, two teams walked up. These two teams were also made up of generals, but they were obviously better than the previous two teams. They came up and cupped their fists. This made Zhong Feng feel a lot more at ease. At the very least, these guys wouldn't be in the same situation as the previous two teams. However, for the sake of safety, after Zhong Feng threw the ball to the other side, he stood not far away and watched. If anything happened, he could immediately go on stage. Fortunately, the two teams had been playing in a civilized manner and no accidents had happened. They were all soldiers and had great strength. A casual slam dunk would cause the audience to cheer. And these shouts were like catalysts, making the valiant players keep running on the field. In the end, the Protector team won the competition. The attendants even cupped their fists politely to each other. It had to be said that the quality of each team could not be lumped together. Zhong Feng walked onto the stage with satisfaction and raised the microphone again. The first half of the competition has ended. Now is the halftime break. Please enjoy my cotton-padded clothes show. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience was dumbfounded. They knew about cotton-padded clothes, but what was a cotton-padded clothes show? He had never heard of it before. Everyone looked at Zhong Feng with puzzled eyes, unable to understand. Zhong Feng didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and waved to the audience. A moment later, dozens of students in bright red cotton-padded clothes stood on the stage. There were both men and women. They stood on the basketball court and walked back and forth one by one, stroking their cotton-padded clothes from time to time. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. This was a visual feast. For these people, cotton-padded clothes were priceless treasures. They usually couldn't bear to wear them. N.A. Cheng thought that President Zhong would arrange for these cotton-padded clothes to be displayed today. Today's game was so worth watching. Not only was there the music of the King of Qin breaking the formation, but there was also the laughter of the sea and the cotton-padded clothes show. The officials cheered even more. They were used to watching singing and dancing. Suddenly watching a cotton-padded clothes show made them feel refreshed. Seeing that everyone was happy, Zhong Feng hurried off the stage and went to the academy's cafeteria. He had been informed that during the halftime break, the cafeteria would provide free food. "Boss, give me 2 steamed buns and a bowl of mutton soup." Zhong Feng yelled at the cafeteria boss. The boss really wanted to curse out loud. "Mother ****, who is disturbing me from watching the cotton-padded clothes show?" In the end, when he saw that it was Zhong Feng, he hurriedly ran over with a smile on his face. "Yo, it's Principal Zhong. Why have you graced our shop with your presence today? What would you like to eat? It's my treat." The boss patted his chest and said each word with a resounding voice. Zhong Feng smiled. He didn't hear what the boss said and was only watching the cotton-padded clothes show. "You don't have to treat. Just give me 2 steamed buns and a bowl of mutton soup." "All right, please go ahead." The boss ran away happily. While they were talking, the boss served the steamed buns and mutton soup. There was also a portion of braised mutton. "President Zhong, you can eat here first. Call me if you need anything. This portion of braised mutton is for you. It's free." After saying that, the boss ran to the front to watch the cotton-padded clothes show without waiting for Zhong Feng's reply. Zhong Feng shook his head and ignored him. He continued to eat and drink. At this time, a guy in the audience saw this scene and walked over with a hunched body. "President Zhong, are you eating?" Chapter 1764. With a steamed bun in his mouth, Zhong Feng turned around and saw that it was Liu Hongwen from the Imperial College. Damn it, Lao Tzu was eating. Why was this old fellow here? Could it be that he wanted to freeload? Even though he was cursing this fellow in his heart, he still had to agree. "So it's Chancellor Liu. Please take a seat here. May I know why you're looking for me?" Liu Hongwen stroked his beard and smiled so much that the creases on his face could be seen. President Zhong first performed the Qin Emperor breaking through the battle array, then played the laughter of the vast sea, and then made a cotton-padded clothes show. You really opened old man's eyes. Zhong Feng was stunned on the spot. This fellow couldn't be flattering him, right? But he quickly denied this answer. Because Liu Hongwen didn't answer directly. There must be something important. "Chancellor Liu, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush." Zhong Feng was a little impatient. He hated this kind of person the most, especially literati. They had to beat around the bush 3 times before they were willing to say what was in their heart. It was better to just say it directly. President Zhong is really a straightforward person. Then old man will just say it directly. One word, business. Liu Hongwen laughed and then said seriously, "President Zhong, old man wants to work with you. You see, with old man's fame and status, plus your strength and wisdom, once we work together, we'll make a lot of money." Work together? Business? Zhong Feng was a little dumbfounded. He was eating here and suddenly came over to say that he wanted to work with him. Why didn't he let him be mentally prepared? He let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from behind him. Chancellor Liu, please slow down your business. I have something to discuss with President Zhong. The voice sounded familiar. Zhong Feng turned around in confusion. It was Laro Li. At this moment, Zhong Feng really felt that Laro Li was a living bodhisattva. Just when he didn't know how to deal with this old man, he came. This was his savior. He even wanted to give Laro Li a hug. Laro Li, you came at the right time. Come, take a seat. Zhong Feng quickly got up and gave his seat to Laro Li. He sat on the other side. Now that Laro Li is here, I have a way to deal with Liu Hongwen. With Laro Li by my side, I have a way to deal with him. On the other hand, Liu Hongwen's face was a little ugly, like a frosted eggplant. He knew Li Shimin's identity, so he hurriedly bid farewell and left. Fengzi, you can't simply cooperate with others, especially such an old man. Li Shimin reminded Zhong Feng, afraid that the other party would go the wrong way. In fact, he had already seen Liu Hongwen just now, so he came down from the audience seat. He had heard the conversation between the two of them clearly. Actually, there are also benefits to cooperating with him. We can take the opportunity to attack the 5 surnames and 7 hopes and the Guanlong clan. Zhong Feng smiled, picked up the steamed bun and gnawed on it again. As soon as these words came out, Li Shimin was instantly energized. Because the 5 surnames and 7 hopes and the Guanlong clan were too strong, they had a tendency to influence the Tang dynasty, so they had always been the targets he wanted to attack. However, the other party's power was too big. They had branches all over the country. It would be extremely difficult to destroy them. Now Fengzi said that he could attack them. How could this not make him happy? Fengzi, what did you mean just now? Li Shimin hurriedly asked. Zhong Feng smiled and did not answer. Instead, he said to the boss beside him, Boss, give me another bowl of mutton soup. Just now, he had been chatting with the old guy Liu Hongwen, so the mutton soup was cold. When the boss heard that it was President Zhong, he moved quickly and quickly changed a bowl of hot soup for Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng took a sip of the mutton soup, then looked at Li Shimin and said slowly, Let me ask you, what do the 5 surnames and 7 hopes and the Guanlong clan rely on? In other words, why are they so powerful? Li Shimin frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he blurted out, Scholars, money. That's right. After Zhong Feng had eaten his fill, he took out a cigarette from his waist and put it in his mouth. Most of the scholars in the world come from the 5 surnames, 7 hopes and 7 hopes, and the officials chosen by the imperial court must be knowledgeable people. Therefore, most of the officials in the imperial court are people from the 5 surnames, 7 hopes and 7 hopes. These students from the clans who are officials in the imperial court also recommend students from their own clans. This is why the 5 surnames, 7 hopes and 7 hopes occupy the imperial court. After saying that, he took out a lighter, lit the cigarette, and took a deep breath. Then, he took out a cigarette and handed it to Li Shimin. However, Li Shimin was not in the mood to take the cigarette. He frowned and thought about Zhong Feng's words. Zhong Feng was right. In the past, 60 to 70% of the officials in the imperial court were people from the 5 surnames, 7 hopes and 7 hopes and 7 hopes. Why did officials have to be knowledgeable people? Books were so expensive that poor people could not afford them at all. Only people from the clans could afford them. This caused the officials in the imperial court to be people from the clans. This was something that could not be helped. The imperial court could not use illiterate men. However, in recent years, the number of officials from the clans in the imperial court had decreased. He knew that this was because of Zhong Feng. After graduating from White Deer College, one could enter the imperial court and become an official. Chapter 1765. White Deer College had very few people from the clans. Even if there were, they were in the minority. There aren't that many officials from the clans in the court now. It's all thanks to you. Li Shimin took the cigarette from Zhong Feng and said with a smile. This isn't enough. The clans have a deep foundation. This alone is unshakable. Zhong Feng took a deep breath and looked at Li Shimin. The scholars can be suppressed for now. The most important thing is the wealth of the clans. Most of their wealth comes from their own businesses. From what I know, these clans have businesses such as silk, clothes, wine, restaurants, brothels, and so on. Therefore, I've decided to unite all the businessmen in the world to fight against the clans. Fight? Li Shimin took a deep breath and said subconsciously, isn't this a bit difficult? The clans were good at doing business, which was why they were able to win over so many clans. They had people all over the world. It was unrealistic to use business to defeat them. Zhong Feng sighed. I know this method is difficult, but other than this, there's no other way to fight against the clans. You know their strength. Even the emperor has to be wary of them. As his voice fell, Li Shimin was stunned. That's right, even he felt that the strength of the clans was terrifying. Back then, when he led the army to quell the rebellion, there was no food in the army. He even borrowed food from the clans. Later on, when he ascended the throne, most of the people in the court were from the clans. Any big decision had to go through these people. Although a portion of these people had been eliminated, there were still some left in the court. That's right. Even the emperor has to be wary of the strength of the 5 surnames, 7 hopes, and clans. However, I believe you can do it. Li Shimin gave Zhong Feng a look of trust. Of course I can do it. Do I need you to tell me that? Zhong Feng smiled and took a deep breath. Then, he stood up. Let's go. The cotton-padded clothes show is about to end. It's your turn to perform in the second half. Li Shimin nodded, stood up, and walked toward the audience. When Zhong Feng returned to the stage, the cotton-padded clothes show had already ended. He picked up the microphone and shouted again, the cotton-padded clothes show is over. The second half has begun. Let us welcome the next team. After that, Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong led their team members over. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other. They crossed their arms in front of their chests and glared at each other. Even their teammates had fierce looks on their faces. Old Cheng, old Yu, you two are familiar with the rules, so I won't say much about them. I just hope that you two play well and don't fight on the court. Zhong Feng glanced at the two of them and said seriously. He knew that the two of them were like old urchins. He was quite old, and his temperament was like that of a child. Don't worry, Big Black, and I won't cause trouble for you. Cheng Yarojin was all smiles. As he spoke, he even put his arm around Yu Qigong's shoulder, causing the latter to look at him with disdain. That's good. Get ready to start. After that, Zhong Feng threw the basketball up high and walked off the court. Although the two of them were usually unreliable, he believed that they would not screw up in a situation like this. Sure enough, the two of them performed well on the court, going back and forth. At the beginning, Cheng Yarojin beat Yu Qigong with a dunk. Although the latter's team members were all soldiers, they were not as slick as Cheng Yaojin's team members. They were always taken advantage of. Seeing that his team was at a disadvantage, Yu Qigong immediately yelled at his team members. Not only was it effective, but they were all soldiers. The blood in their hearts was instantly stimulated, and they slammed Cheng Yarojin several times in a row. A moment later, Yu Qigong won the game with an absolute advantage. However, Cheng Yarojin seemed to be a little unconvinced. As soon as he got off the court, he asked Yu Qigong to play another game after the game. Zhong Feng did not care so much about them. He directly walked onto the court and raised the microphone. Let's welcome the next team. The team that walked onto the court was Li Shimin's army of women. The other team was a team of wealthy businessmen from Chang'an City. There was no other way. The officials of the imperial court did not dare to play against Li Shimin's army of women. If they won, it would be disrespectful to the emperor. If they lost, they had to lose in a dignified manner. It was too difficult. At this moment, a wealthy businessman from Chang'an City stood up. This made the officials very happy, and they immediately pushed the businessman up. Zhong Feng glanced at the two teams and said slowly, the game comes first, friendship comes second. Laro Li's team was made up of women. Naturally, he had to tell the other side first. It was to avoid unnecessary trouble. After that, he threw the basketball up and stood on the sidelines, paying close attention to every movement on the court. Although the army of women led by Xiao Zi was all women, they were not weak at all. They got a rebound on the court. In the end, the wealthy businessman's team basically did not touch the ball except for offense and defense. The entire court was dominated by the army of women. This scene caused Li Shimin, who was in the audience, to repeatedly praise. The result was without a doubt. The army of women took the first place with an absolute advantage. Zhong Feng walked onto the court again and said loudly, "After many rounds of games, there are now only 4 teams left. The Grand Historians team, the Protectors team, the Army's team, and the Army of Women. Now, the finals will be held. The Grand Historians team will fight against the Protectors team, and the Army's team will fight against the Army of Women." Chapter 1766. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Scribes team and the Protectors team were already on the court. Zhong Feng tossed the basketball high into the air and walked off the court. Both teams had decent strength and discipline, so there was no need to say too much. At the beginning of the match, the Grand Scribes team won the first ball and forced the Protectors team to retreat. The audience cheered, and the Grand Scribes team became even more motivated. Their attacks became even fiercer, and they directly grabbed the rebound. The Protectors team couldn't defend in time and lost. Next up was Yu Qigong's military team and Li Shimin's women's team. Yu Qigong originally didn't want to play against Li Shimin's women's team. After all, the women's team was already very strong, and they were Li Shimin's team. Anyone who went up against them would die. However, he couldn't ignore the enthusiasm of his brothers behind him, so he had to bite the bullet and go up. As soon as he went up, Xiao Zi led the charge and didn't let go of the basketball. Yu Qigong couldn't snatch it from her, so he got the rebound. The poor Yu Qigong could only defend. Xiao Zi took an inch and wanted a mile. She led the women's team and bombarded them, and they won in less than half an hour. At this moment, only the Grand Scribes team and the women's team were left. The champion would be decided between them. The Grand Scribe was the same as Yu Qigong. He knew that this was the Emperor's team, so he didn't dare to fight them head-on. He just wanted to make sure that he didn't lose too badly. After all, he still had many brothers behind him. On the court, Xiao Zi led the women's team to attack again. The Grand Scribes team was clearly inferior to Yu Qigong's team. At the beginning, he was still defending, but later on, he almost begged for mercy. However, the women's team didn't give him the chance. They attacked even more fiercely, and the Grand Scribe's strength gradually fell short of his desire. In the end, the Grand Scribe was defeated, and the women's team took first place with an absolute advantage. After the match, Zhong Feng walked up the court and stood next to the women's team. He picked up the microphone and said loudly, "Today's basketball match is officially over. Congratulations to the women's team for taking first place." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd cheered. The women's team. The women's team is really strong. I had high hopes for them when they first came on the court. Yeah, look at the legs of that female army, TSK. Even Li Shimin, who was in the audience, kept applauding. Although he knew that part of the reason why the female army could win was because of him, winning was something worth being happy about. Who cared about how they won? Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong had bitter smiles on their faces. How could they not be heartbroken when the team they had painstakingly trained had lost just like that? Sitting in the first row, Yu Shenan, Ouyang Xiu, and the others coldly snorted and ignored him. There were happy people, sad people, and even those who were unconvinced and prepared for a fight. It was very noisy. Zhong Feng held the microphone high and said again, "The basketball game has officially ended. The Academy's canteen has prepared free food for everyone. If you want to eat, you can go now. If you don't want to, you can go down the mountain at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience cheered. They didn't expect that there would be free food while watching a football match. Who wouldn't be happy? The people rushed into the canteen. It wasn't that they were greedy, but that they didn't have any extra food. They either sold it or ate it themselves. Now, Zhong Feng's words immediately aroused their interest. The canteen was immediately crowded. Except for the people, everyone else went down the mountain, including Li Shimin and the others. They wanted to go back and celebrate. It was a happy thing to win the first place today. They had to have a big banquet. Cheng Yarojin looked for Yu Qigong with an angry face and said that he wanted to fight. Yu Qigong naturally wouldn't back down. The two of them randomly found a place to fight. The food in the canteen was very popular with the people. It didn't take long for them to finish everything. Everyone went down the mountain with satisfaction, burping from time to time. Chang'an City regained its peace. Peddlers walked on the street, and the stalls moved out tables and chairs. Servants shouted from time to time in the streets and alleys. The prosperous Chang'an once again appeared in front of everyone. The next day, the golden crow was born, and the jade rabbit had fallen. The golden sunlight shone on Mount Yi, as if the whole mountain was covered in golden bricks. The sounds of students reading aloud rang out from the White Deer Institute. This was their morning lesson, and also the time when they were the most serious. The old scholar stood on the podium, and from time to time, he would say something. On the basketball court, a few scantily dressed students were chasing each other. Suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. The students quickly turned around and saw that someone was staring at them. They quickly threw down the basketball and ran to the classroom. There were always a few mischievous students in the college who would risk punishment to do what they liked. The basketball students were one of them. The last dormitory in the college was Zhong Feng's residence. He had just woken up. Zhong Feng yawned and drowsily washed his face with the water that the student brought over. Then, he picked up a cigarette from the bedside and lit it. He took a deep puff and said, "This feels so good." He walked to the classroom with his hands behind his back. He checked his homework. This was something he did every day. Chapter 1767. Disciple Rules, Sage Teachings. First, filial piety. Second, sincere faith. Love the masses, kind-hearted. If you have spare energy, you should learn literature. Clear sounds of recitation could be heard from the classroom. Zhong Feng stood at the window and glanced around. Seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he flung his sleeves and left. At this moment, he felt hungry. He rubbed his stomach and realized that he had not eaten. Without hesitation, he quickly walked to the cafeteria. "Boss, give me a bowl of braised meat noodles." He randomly found a seat and shouted at the boss. When the boss saw that the dean had arrived, he naturally did not dare to delay. In a short while, he served a bowl of piping hot braised meat noodles. Zhong Feng finished the delicious food in his bowl quickly and even burped. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he lit another cigarette. Unknowingly, he thought about the forging workshop. Previously, he had brought Laro Li and the others to experiment with firearms. Unfortunately, the firearms had too many flaws. Not only were they loud, but they also emitted white smoke when they were fired. Damn it, they had been discovered by the enemy before they were even killed. Before he left, he had instructed Alkanen to improve the firearms. He wondered how the kid was doing. However, even if the kid had done it, the firearms were still very loud. If he gave the firing pin firearms from the future to Alkanen, the results might be much better. With Alkanen's intelligence, he would not disappoint him. At this thought, he hurriedly stood up and walked to the back of the mountain. The forging workshop and White Deer College were both on Pyrolite Mountain. The only difference was that the forging workshop was in a cave on a cliff. Thus, the two were not very far from each other. Zhong Feng walked for less than half an hour before he saw a huge cave. It was the entrance to the forging workshop. Zhong Feng did not hesitate and directly stepped into the cave. The cave was the same as before. The moment he stepped in, he smelled a pungent odor. This odor was none other than the smell of gunpowder and various smelting materials. It smelled very uncomfortable. As he walked in, the temperature rose and the environment became increasingly stuffy. It felt like he was taking a bath in boiling hot water. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand such an environment. However, there was nothing he could do about it. If he wanted to forge steel, he had to do it under high temperatures. He couldn't help but give Arkin Non and the others a thumbs up. They were really King awesome. They could still persevere in such a hot environment. It showed how much they loved forging. At the same time, it also proved that he hadn't misjudged them. Ding ding, sounds of metal clashing could be heard. Zhong Feng knew that he had arrived. He quickened his pace, and what appeared before him was the familiar scene from before. In the middle of the cave, there was a table with many messy parts on it. There were also some failed smelting weapons. There were also a dozen oil lamps on the side, illuminating the cave as if it was daytime. In the mountain wall, there were more than a dozen large holes. Inside each hole were oil lamps and water. These oil lamps allowed the smelters to find a trace of light in the darkness. Not far away, there was a huge furnace. Many shirtless men surrounded the furnace. They were sweating profusely and holding metal tools in their hands. They kept throwing things into the furnace. Upon closer inspection, they were all failed smelting weapons or deformed metals. They slowly took out the metals that had been smelted in the furnace with tongs. The shirtless men immediately surrounded them. They held hammers in their hands and kept hitting the metal tools that had just been smelted. Below, there were people adding charcoal. Not far away, there were a few men picking up the weapons on the ground. There were Mitsubishi bayonets, Miaodao, and so on. Their bodies were red from the reflection of the fire. There were many black scars on their faces. Sweat kept dripping onto their weapons. There was a sizzling sound as if the weapons were being quenched. One of the men who was picking up the weapons inadvertently glanced at Zhong Feng. He exclaimed, "Dean? Why are you here? Is Arkinnon here? I'm here to look for him." Zhong Feng glanced at the crowd and asked, "He's working on the second floor." The man replied. Zhong Feng nodded and walked to the second floor. After the expansion of the workshop, there were now a total of 6 floors. There were different weapons and smelting materials. On the second floor, Zhong Feng had just walked to the entrance of the cave when he saw Arkinnon holding a gun. He was thinking about something. There were many people around him. "Arkinnon, how's the modification of the gun coming along?" Zhong Feng quickly walked to the front of the crowd and asked Arkinnon. Only then did Arkinnon react. He hurriedly turned around, but he didn't answer Zhong Feng's question. Instead, he frowned. The people around him saw this and hurriedly said to Zhong Feng, "President Zhong, the gun is already in mass production. I believe that once this batch of guns is shipped to the north, there will be no worries about the war there." Zhong Feng nodded and looked at Arkinnon. He didn't understand why Arkinnon looked so unhappy. Weren't the guns already in mass production? "Arkinnon, what's wrong with you? Is there a problem with the guns?" This was the only question Zhong Feng could think of. Chapter 1768. Hearing this, Arkinnon looked at Zhong Feng with a worried expression. "Dean, there is no problem with the gun, but it is a bit troublesome to reload. I was thinking that it would be great if the gun could be reloaded in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, or if it could be used like a crossbow." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Feng suddenly thought of the firing pin gun. This was exactly what he wanted to talk to Arkinnon about. He didn't expect Arkinnon to be thinking about it himself. "That's great, I'll leave it to him." Zhong Feng smiled and patted Arkinnon on the shoulder. "Arkinnon, this is actually not that difficult." As soon as he finished speaking, Arkinnon couldn't remain calm anymore. He grabbed Zhong Feng's hand and hurriedly said, "Dean, do you have a way?" Even the people around him looked anxious as they stared at Zhong Feng with burning eyes. They were all blacksmiths, or rather, smelters. Other than high-end technology, there was nothing else that could attract them. They had racked their brains to perfect the gun, but there were still a lot of flaws. This was a knot in their hearts. But now, the dean said that he had a way. How could they not be excited? Zhong Feng glanced at the crowd and waved his hand to signal them to calm down. Then, he said solemnly, "First, you have to know how the firing pin works." Hearing this, the crowd looked at Zhong Feng in confusion. Then, they looked at Arkinnon. The latter helplessly spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. Then, the crowd turned back to Zhong Feng, waiting to hear more. Zhong Feng smiled faintly and continued, "The gun can only hold one bullet, which is a steel ball. You only need to add a spring, a spiral groove, a spiral chamber, and a bullet chamber to hold 6 steel balls at a time. Then, the trigger will push the iron, and when the iron moves back, it will compress the metal spring in the stock. The compressed metal spring will eject the iron forward, and the iron will hit the primer behind the steel ball. At that time, the primer will ignite the propellant, and the propellant will ignite, instantly pushing the steel ball to kill the enemy. However, there is a flaw in this principle. It can only hold 6 steel balls at a time. Every time you pull the trigger, you have to pull the trigger every time, and the steel ball will have to be reloaded. After speaking, Zhong Feng glanced at the crowd and found that they were all looking at him in confusion. "Do you understand?" Zhong Feng asked. Arkin-non frowned and slowly said, "I understand half of it." "Half is not bad." Zhong Feng nodded and continued, "You just follow my method and perfect it. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come to me at any time." After speaking, Zhong Feng walked to the table next to him, picked up a pen, and wrote down the principle he had just explained for Arkin-non. "This is the principle of the firing pin. Look carefully." Zhong Feng handed the paper to Arkin-non and turned to leave. Arkin-non took the paper and began to admire it. For him, it was simply a treasure. He was a person who was obsessed with technology. With this, he was very confident that he could improve the gun and reach the level that the director had mentioned. Just then, an untimely voice came from beside him. "Arkin-non, have you heard? President Zhong is going to Jiangnan." "What?" Arkin-non exclaimed. The paper in his hand was no longer fragrant. He looked at the man who had just spoken and hurriedly asked, "Where did you hear that? Why is the director going to Jiangnan?" He knew that Jiangnan was not a good place. There were many clans there, and there were many bandits. Even though Jiangnan was known as the home of talents, how many people knew just how dangerous it was beneath this home of talents? What if President Zhong was killed by the clans in Jiangnan? Those guys would eat people up without spitting out the bones. At this moment, his heart suddenly tightened. He was very worried about Zhong Feng. The man looked at the ferocious Arkin-non and stammered, "I don't know." In fact, he really did not know. He had only heard it from a student of the academy. Hearing this, Arkin-non furrowed his brows. He had planned to ask the director why he was going to Jiangnan and perhaps persuade him. However, after half a day, he could not say anything. He also wanted to persuade the director directly, but according to the director's temper, he probably would not listen to him. What should he do? Suddenly, an idea appeared in his mind. The director is going to Jiangnan. According to his temper, we can't persuade him. Since this is the case, we have to make something for him to protect himself. Hearing this, the gloomy faces of the crowd suddenly became joyful. There was a burst of exclamations. "That's right. We are indebted to the director. This time, the director is going to Jiangnan. It's time for us to repay his kindness. But how can we make something for him to protect himself? You know, the director doesn't lack anything." Everyone shifted their puzzled gazes back to Arkin-non. Arkin-non narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "I have an idea. We can think of a way to make this gun shorter. It will be easier to hide. This way, the director can protect himself." Chapter 1769. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. They stared at him in disbelief. They remembered that the dean had told them about it, but it was just a casual remark. After all, it was a big deal. No one could be sure whether it was true or not. However, when they thought of the fact that the dean was going to Jiangnan and how dangerous it was, they knew that the dean would be in danger without their own people. Immediately, they clenched their fists and expressed their opinions. "Arkin-non is right. Jiangnan is so dangerous. Do you want the dean to die? Since the dean said so, there must be a chance to shorten the gun. I'll do it." "Me too. If I can't repay the dean's kindness, I won't be able to rest in peace." Arkin-non nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the crowd and said, "In that case, we have to make it before the dean goes to Jiangnan. Only then can we give it to the dean to protect himself." Just then, a shirtless man came forward and asked, "Arkin-non, should we mass produce it? Maybe it'll be a big profit." Hearing that, Arkin-non grabbed the tang knife on the ground and put it against the man's neck. He said fiercely, "Do you want to die? I'm warning you. Apart from the dean, if you tell anyone about this, I'll chop you off. The man looked away and kept glancing at the tang knife. His forehead was covered in cold sweat and his face was pale. Don't worry. I won't. Hearing that, Arkinnon slowly put down the tang knife. Then, he glanced at the crowd and said coldly, think about it. If it weren't for the dean, we wouldn't have had the chance to touch such a magical object. The dean gave us a chance, so we have to have a conscience. We can't bite the hand that feeds us. Anyway, I'll say it again. If anyone dares to tell anyone about this, I'll chop him off first. Hearing this, everyone's body trembled. They were all men. They were all brave. Who didn't understand what Arkinnon was saying? Without the dean, they wouldn't have been able to touch such a thing. Today, the dean had told them about the principles, which meant that he didn't treat them as outsiders. If they spread what the dean taught them, they wouldn't be human anymore. Arkinnon, I, Wu Jing, hereby swear that if I speak a single word about what happened today, I will die without a complete corpse. You can come and take my head at any time. A man who called himself Wu Jing knelt on the ground and faced White Deer College. He raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. With the first, there would soon be a second. In an instant, everyone in the cave knelt down. They faced White Deer College, raised 3 fingers, and muttered something. I, Shi-En, swear to the heavens that if I reveal a single word of what happened today to anyone, I will be destroyed by the heavens and the earth, and fall into the 18 levels of hell forever. I, Zhu Wei, swear to the heavens today that if I reveal a single word of what happened today to anyone, I will be destroyed by the heavens and the earth, and fall into the 18 levels of hell forever. Fu Zhan swears to the heavens today that if I reveal a single word of what happened today to outsiders, I will definitely be destroyed by the heavens and the earth and fall into the 18 levels of hell forever. Alkanon nodded in satisfaction, but he was worried about something else. Although everyone had sworn an oath, the temptation of the gun was too great. It was inevitable that there would be some people with bad intentions. At present, there was only one way, and that was to follow the method of manufacturing the gun. Everyone was responsible for the parts. They only knew the parts they made and didn't know about the other parts. Even if all the parts were put together, they wouldn't know how to assemble them. This was the safest method. Otherwise, if the parts were leaked, it would be a big problem. When the dean left, he would pass the gun to him. That would be a satisfactory answer for the dean. White Deer College. After Zhong Feng returned from the workshop, he was alone in his room, thinking about the gun. He had given the gun to Arkinnon. He believed that Arkinnon had the ability to perfect it. However, he was still somewhat worried. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the smoke. Just as he was about to go out for a walk, he heard footsteps outside. Zhong Feng opened the door and saw the stooped figures of Yu Shinan, Ouyang Xiu, and the others. However, there was something strange. They were all hugging quilts and clothes. He didn't know what they were doing. The cotton-padded clothes and blankets weighed them down, making it difficult for them to walk, but they still refused to put them down. Gentlemen, what are you doing with the quilts? Zhong Feng raised his head and asked. You still have the nerve to say that? These are all for you. Come, take them. Yu Shinan threw the quilts to Zhong Feng. When the others saw this, they also put the quilts on Zhong Feng's body. They didn't care if he could take it or not. The sudden arrival of the quilts made it hard for Zhong Feng to breathe. He wanted to throw the quilts on the ground, but after thinking about it, he remembered that the quilts were rare items. Who knew how many lives it could save? Moreover, the quilts were put up by the gentleman, so he couldn't throw them away. But, why did the gentleman put the quilts up? Gentlemen, what are you doing? The quilts are making it hard for me to breathe. Chapter 1770. Zhong Feng struggled to poke his head out of the quilt, panting heavily. Brat, this is our gift to you. You can just put it down. Yu Shinan stroked his beard as he made some sarcastic remarks. Zhong Feng rolled his eyes, turned around, walked into the room, and threw the cotton-padded clothes on the bed. Yu Shinan and the others slowly entered the room and saw Zhong Feng standing there angrily. He smiled and said, Boy, come here. We have something to tell you. After that, they found a chair and sat down. Zhong Feng moved a stool from the side and walked to the side of the crowd to sit down. He complained, "Dear teachers, if you want to send me a quilt, you can just find someone to do it. Why do you have to come here yourself?" Ouyang Xiu laughed and scolded, "Boy, don't be so ungrateful. Do you think we old men want to give you a quilt? We have something important to tell you." Zhong Feng was interested. "What is it? You even made us come here personally." Yu Shenan looked at Zhong Feng and smiled. "We heard that you are going to Jiangnan. Is it true?" Zhong Feng smiled and said, "Masters, you are really well informed. Yes, I am planning to go to Jiangnan." Yu Shenan looked at Ouyang Xiu and the others. They looked at each other and revealed a gratified smile, as if they had confirmed something. However, they did not see the old scholar frowning. Ouyang Xiu stroked his beard and smiled. "Fengzi, you have made the right decision. Jiangnan has been a place full of outstanding people since ancient times. It has beautiful mountains and clear waters and is a place full of talented people. If you go there, you will definitely achieve something. Moreover, Jiangnan will be far away from the court. It will be beneficial for you." The four of them all hoped that Zhong Feng could go to Jiangnan. First, he could be far away from the court, far away from Li Shimin. Second, Jiangnan had always been known as a land of literature. Zhong Feng had been more or less influenced in the past. From then on, he had devoted himself to the study of Confucianism. However, the old scholar was a little unhappy. He looked at the crowd and said, "I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Although Jiangnan is far from the imperial court, there is an even more powerful guy there. That is the 5 families and 7 nobles. They have been entrenched in Jiangnan for many years and have a deep foundation. Moreover, there are many clans. If Fengzi goes there, he will definitely accelerate the conflict with them." Seeing the two gentlemen arguing, Zhong Feng naturally knew that they were doing this for his own good. He hurriedly advised, "Masters, there is no need to be like this. Since this brat dares to go to Jiangnan, he naturally has full confidence. When the time comes, I will bring guards. Moreover, with my intelligence, I believe that those clans will not dare to do anything to me. Kid, you're too confident." The old scholar snorted, his face full of worry. "Do you know how powerful the 5 families and 7 nobles are? How dare you boast so shamelessly?" Then, without waiting for the others to speak, he continued, "The earliest clans in Jiangnan can be traced back to the Zhou dynasty. Back then, the sons of the Zhou dynasty's Emperor Taibo and Zhongyong brought their relatives and settled in Jiangnan. They brought with them the most advanced farming techniques of the Central Plains. Later, Jiangnan slowly grew stronger and began to develop cloth, silk, tea, and so on. Slowly, the clans rose. Since ancient times, there have been countless wars. After so many dynasties, the clan's power has not been affected. What do you think? He was born in Jiangnan and lived in Jiangnan. He had dealt with many of the clans in Jiangnan and deeply understood how terrifying they were." "Mr. Zihuai, you're worrying too much," Yu Shenan added. He looked at the old scholar and said, "There are indeed many clans in Jiangnan. However, not all of them are hostile to Fengzi. You should know that not all clans are unpardonable. Moreover, Jiangnan is a famous country of culture and the home of talents. It is often a place where famous writers and scholars gather. There are also many famous scholars who serve as officials. Fengzi will only benefit from going there." Chu Suiliang and the others nodded. Except for Xueji, the other 3 were all from Jiangnan. Naturally, they had deep feelings for Jiangnan. The old scholar shook his head. "That's not right. Jiangnan is full of the 5 families and 7 nobles. Among them, the Qui's, the Lu, the Li, and so on are the most powerful clans in the world. They control Jiangnan all year round and will not allow outsiders to interfere. These kids all know what the teachers said." Zhong Feng continued, "However, I've still decided to go to Jiangnan." For him, this trip to Jiangnan was imperative. Not only did he want to open the maritime Silk Road and make perfume, but more importantly, it was because of Yu Shenan and the others nodded thoughtfully. They knew that if Fengzi went to Jiangnan, Li Shimin would not leave him alone. With his ability, He could definitely ensure Fengzi's safety. Yu Shan'an said with a smile, Mr. Zihuai, you don't have to worry so much. If Fengzi goes to Jiangnan, there is still Laroli. The old scholar was startled. Indeed, if Fengzi went to Jiangnan, those people would not leave him alone. With them, Fengzi would not be in danger. However, in this way, Fengzi would be entangled with them again. This was the last thing he wanted to see. Chapter 1771. Just as he was about to dissuade him, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Then, Cheng Chumo, Jiao Khan, Shiva, and the others walked in. Fengzi, we heard you talking about Jiangnan just now outside the door. What's wrong? What happened in Jiangnan? Cheng Chumo leaned in front of Zhong Feng with a sneaky look. Nothing, I'm just going to Jiangnan. Zhong Feng moved his body and replied casually. Jiangnan? Cheng Chumo's eyes turned quickly, as if he was calculating something. Fengzi, when are you going? I'll go with you. Jiangnan was a good place. There were talents and beautiful women, and it could be far away from the capital. At that time, old Cheng would not be able to control him. At that time, he might even be able to make a lot of money. Wouldn't it be great to kill two birds with one stone? You. Zhong Feng glanced at Cheng Chumo in confusion. What are you going to do? It's not a fun place. He knew this guy. He would not get up early if there were no benefits. There must be something he did not say. Cheng Chumo patted his chest and said without blushing, Hey, we are good brothers. If you want to go to Jiangnan, of course I have to escort you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiao Khan also put on a smile and leaned in front of Zhong Feng. Yes, Jiangnan is full of people from the clan. With us helping you, you won't be bullied. I don't need you to escort me. I'll find guards. Zhong Feng said with a little disdain. Who knew what these guys were up to? They wanted to go to Jiangnan with him for no reason. It was definitely not a good thing. Although he did not know why they wanted to go to Jiangnan with him, according to their character, it was definitely not a good thing. Boy, you don't know what's good for you. Jiao Khan deliberately said with a dark face, you're not familiar with Jiangnan. With Chumo and me, you can get along well. Hearing this, Zhong Feng frowned. Jiangnan was not for fun. His life might be in danger. If something were to happen, how was he going to explain it to their families? Thinking of this, he immediately refused. No, I'm not going to Jiangnan for fun this time. What if there's danger? How am I supposed to explain this to your family? I say, Fengzi, aren't you worrying too much? Cheng Chumo patted Zhong Feng's shoulder, raised his head and said proudly, Who am I? How can I be bullied by others? It's good enough that I don't bully others. Which bastard dares to bully me? He was right. Who would dare to bully Cheng Yaojin's son? He must be tired of living. Zhong Feng pursed his lips, not wanting to bother with this arrogant guy. At this time, Shiva looked at Zhong Feng with a pleading gaze. Teacher, please let us go with you. I've been in the Tang dynasty for so long, and I've always heard that Jiangnan is the home of talents. I've always wanted to see it for myself. He was different from Cheng Chumo. He really wanted to see it. He had been in the Tang dynasty for so long, and he had always heard that Jiangnan was full of talents and beauties. It was rich and vast, and he had long yearned for it. Today, his teacher said that he was going to Jiangnan. How could he let go of this opportunity? Looking at Shiva's sincere eyes, Zhong Feng was a little hesitant. If it weren't for Shiva, he might have agreed. After all, Shiva was the prince of Zhenla. If anything happened to him in Jiangnan, it would be hard to explain. However, on second thought, if he had these guys to escort him, it might be much better. Just as he was hesitating, Yu Shan'an said, Fengzi, what Chumo and the others said makes sense. After all, Jiangnan doesn't have your power. Take more people with you, just in case. Even the old scholar, who had been against it, nodded and said, yes, it's better to be prepared. It's always good to take more people with you. He finally understood that this guy had made up his mind to go to Jiangnan. No matter how he persuaded him, it would be useless. In addition, these troublemakers next to him were making trouble. It was better to let him be free. Hearing this, Zhong Feng nodded and agreed, all right then, but you have to listen to me when the time comes. He still had to give face to these gentlemen. In addition, it was not a bad thing to take these guys with him, so he took them with him. However, Cheng Chumo, like Lao Tzu, was a restless master. Everything had to be said in advance. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Okay. We will listen to you. Cheng Chumo agreed with a happy face. He was overjoyed at the thought of being able to get away from old Cheng's evil hands. Jiao Khan and Shiva also nodded quickly to show that they were very obedient. Zhong Feng was relieved. Later, they sat together and chatted about some trivial matters of the academy. Then they left. Zhong Feng went to Chang'an University. Before going to Jiangnan, he had to make some arrangements. Chang'an University. As soon as Zhong Feng walked into the school gate, he saw students wandering in the school. It was the end of class. Many students were resting on the playground, and many were playing basketball. When they saw Zhong Feng, they all looked at him with respect. Hello, Director, Zhong Feng nodded to the crowd. He looked at a student next to him and asked, "Where are Ma Ju and Hao Chujun?" Chapter 1772. Reporting to the dean, "They are in the laboratory," the student said with a respectful expression. Zhong Feng thanked him and walked to the laboratory. The laboratory was a place for everyone to do experiments. Ma Ju and Hao Chujun would usually be here. As soon as he entered, he saw the two of them lying on the table with glass bottles in their hands. He didn't know what they were doing. "Ma Ju, Hao Chujun, what are you doing?" Zhong Feng asked curiously. The two of them turned their heads and looked at Zhong Feng with surprise. "Benefactor, why are you here?" After that, the two of them quickly put down the glass bottles in their hands and walked to Zhong Feng. "I have something to tell you." Zhong Feng looked at the two of them and smiled faintly. "I need you to develop a device for heat transfer." The two of them frowned and looked at each other in confusion. "Benefactor, what do you mean? Can you explain?" Ma Ju scratched his head and didn't understand. Zhong Feng glanced at the two of them and explained patiently. Simply put, it is the flow of high-temperature gas or the gas composition changes and the interaction between the gas and the object. What kind of changes will happen when an object encounters a strong airflow? For example, why can a kite fly in the sky? It is affected by the airflow. Now I need you to make a device to transfer the heat to the other side. Ma Ju and Hao Chujun were even more confused after hearing this. Zhong Feng didn't blame the two of them. Instead, he continued, "Actually, this isn't very difficult. Go and prepare an oil lamp, tweezers, wire, and paper. I will show you the experiment." When the two of them heard that there was an experiment to watch, they immediately ran off. After a while, the two of them brought the oil lamp, tweezers, wire, and paper over and placed them on the table. Zhong Feng took out a lighter and lit the oil lamp. Then, he took out a cigarette from his waist and flicked it over the oil lamp. He took a deep breath and exhaled the smoke. He looked at the two of them and said, "Watch carefully. Cough cough." "Okay, benefactor." Ma Ju covered his mouth and nose and said with difficulty. Obviously, the smell of the cigarette choked him. Hao Chujun wasn't any better. He pursed his lips and nodded vigorously. Zhong Feng smiled and shook his head. He put the cigarette in his mouth and picked up the paper and wire with both hands. He put the wire through the paper, leaving a gap of 2 centimeters in the middle. After doing all this, he used a pair of tweezers to clamp one end of the wire and placed the other end on the oil lamp to heat it up. After a while, the iron wire turned black. Then, it slowly turned red until it was completely red. "It's red. Benefactor, it's red." Ma Ju exclaimed excitedly. For someone like him who was obsessed with academics, this was probably the only thing he was interested in. "I know it's red." Zhong Feng was grinning with a cigarette in his mouth. His words were a little unclear. After saying that, he took the iron wire from the oil lamp and looked at Ma Ju seriously. "Feel the difference between the two ends of this iron wire. Touch it." Ma Ju was a little confused. Although he was simple-minded, he wasn't stupid. Wouldn't he be scalded to death if he touched it? He shook his head to show his refusal. Seeing this, Zhong Feng showed a harmless smile. Listen to me. I'm doing this for your own good. You can only experience the results of the experiment by touching it. After experiencing it, you can remember it forever. Besides, this iron wire isn't very hot. Look, I'm also holding it, right? Ma Ju glanced at Zhongfeng with a little suspicion. There was a huge struggle in his heart. In the end, he stretched out his hand. Hiss, a sudden pain hit him, and he jerked his hand back. He looked back and saw a black mark on his hand. Ma Ju glanced at Zhongfeng with disdain. What happened to not being hot? It was all a lie. Who would believe you? Zhongfeng didn't know these thoughts. He handed the iron wire to Hao Chujun. Do you want to touch it? Hao Chujun quickly waved his hand and took 2 steps back. I'll pass. Ma Ju will remember the results of the experiment. Zhongfeng nodded with a faint smile and looked at Ma Ju. Ma Ju, in fact, I'm helping you. You see, in the future, when you see the scar on your hand, you will think of this experiment. Now, tell me how you feel about this experiment. Help me. Ma Ju rolled his eyes. However, on second thought, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. It was also a good thing that he could remember this experiment forever. He touched his hot hand, endured the pain, and said seriously, Benefactor, I don't feel anything. I'm curious about one thing. Why don't you feel hot, but I feel hot? Zhongfeng put down the tweezers, took a deep puff of the cigarette, and held it between his 2 fingers, revealing a meaningful smile. This is why I let you touch it. The side you touched was roasted by fire, and the temperature was very high. According to the speed of iron's heat conduction, my side was already very hot, but the temperature would never be as high as yours. The same principle applies to the temperature. As long as one side produces a high temperature, it will quickly be transmitted to the other side. These 2 principles are the same. Do you understand now? Do you understand now? The 2 nodded. Ma Ju even forgot the pain in his fingers. Chapter 1773. Since you 2 have understood, then go and prepare some coal, iron basins, coarse cloth, live pigs, and thick ropes. I will teach you how to make a heat conduction device. When you are ready, wait for me at the sports ground. Zhongfeng smiled with satisfaction and waved to the 2. When he was about to turn and walk to the sports ground, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the 2. By the way, the pig must be more than 100 pounds, or else it won't work. After that, he turned and walked to the sports ground. Live pigs. More than 100 pounds. Ma Ju and Hao Chujun were confused. They could understand other things, but what was with a live pig? Could it be that their benefactor wanted to eat pork? Then he didn't need to kill the pig on the sports ground. Although they didn't know what their benefactor wanted to do, they always thought that their benefactor was right. Their benefactor asked them to touch the iron wire for their own good. Hao Chujun didn't have the good fortune to remember this experiment forever. Ma Ju glanced at Hao Chujun, and then went to prepare the materials. Hao Chujun was like a monk. He didn't know what was going on, but he also went to prepare. After a while, the 2 came to the sports ground with the live pig. This scene attracted the attention of a group of students. They frowned and looked at them with puzzled expressions. They were just short of saying that they were a disgrace to the educated. Benefactor, we have brought the materials. And this live pig, how do you want to kill it? Ma Ju put the rope and other things on the ground and looked at Zhongfeng, panting. How to kill it? Zhongfeng curled his lips. So these 2 guys thought that he wanted to eat pork? Who said we want to kill it? Tie the pig up. We will use it for the experiment later. He rolled his eyes at the 2 of them. The 2 of them heard the dissatisfaction in Zhongfeng's tone. They quickly pulled the pig and tied it up. You 2 put the coal into the iron basin, then ignite it and tie the rope. Zhongfeng glanced at the 2 of them and said with a smile. The 2 of them didn't suspect anything and quickly followed Zhongfeng's instructions. Ma Ju had experience in burning coal before, so he did it quickly and ignited the fire in a moment. Benefactor, the fire has been lit. What should we do now? Ma Ju squatted on the ground and looked up at Zhongfeng. Now, hold up the cloth and place it above the brazier. Then, Hang the pig under the brazier and see if the cloth can rise. Zhong Feng looked up at the sky, a little worried. In fact, this was the only way he could think of right now. Without any other materials, he could only use coarse cloth and hemp rope as a substitute. Ma Ju nodded his head and hurriedly tied the pig under the brazier. The coarse cloth had also been tied. Now, he was waiting for his benefactor to tell him to fly. The two of them held on to the rope, trying not to let it get burned by the fire. Unfortunately, the coarse cloth didn't move at all. It didn't even move. If it weren't for the two of them supporting it, it would have been burned away long ago. Benefactor, when can this coarse cloth fly? Ma Ju held onto the rope and looked at Zhong Feng. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Ever since they had brought the pig over, many students had come over to watch. Now, more and more students had come over. Their gazes were as if they were looking at monkeys. Wait here. Zhong Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and then looked up at the sky. In fact, he had no idea when this thing would be able to rise. It was just that there was no ball bag, hanging basket, heating device, or strengthened nylon. Otherwise, it could fly at any time. The three of them waited in the playground. After about half an hour, the students slowly dispersed. Benefactor, I can't hold on any longer. Ma Ju's face was constipated. He couldn't hold on any longer. His arms were already sore. Wait a little longer. It will be done soon. Zhong Feng said impatiently. As soon as his voice fell, a gust of cold wind came. He was delighted. Once the wind blew, the hot air balloon would float easily. Hold up the coarse cloth, quick. Zhong Feng looked back at the two of them and said in surprise. Oh. Ma Ju quickly called Hao Chu-jun. Each of them pulled a corner and held up the coarse cloth. At this moment, a strong wind blew and directly lifted the coarse cloth. The hot air balloon began to float in the air. However, the hot air balloon was a little crooked as if it was about to fall down. The pig was also kicking its legs in the air, making the hot air balloon look more unstable. However, this did not affect Ma Ju's curiosity. He ran to Zhong Feng's side and exclaimed happily like a child. It's flying, benefactor, it's flying. Zhong Feng took a deep puff of his cigarette and nodded, putting on the look of an elder. See, this is a piece of cake. You can make it in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the hot air balloon fell to the ground with a bang. Even the pig let out a scream and fainted. How did it fall? Zhong Feng looked at the fallen hot air balloon and was a little confused. Although he knew it wouldn't fly for long, he didn't expect it to fall so soon. He threw away the cigarette but in his hand. Let's go and see what's going on. After that, Zhong Feng strode toward the hot air balloon. Ma Ju and Hao Chu-jun followed closely behind. The fallen hot air balloon was not far away, about 10 meters away. The three of them quickly walked to it. Chapter 1774. Zhong Feng looked at the burnt rope and suddenly realized that it was burnt. It seemed that he had to find better experimental equipment. Just as he was thinking about a solution, Ma Ju's voice came from behind him. Benefactor, the pig is dead. What should we do now? Zhong Feng glanced back. Sure enough, the pig was bleeding from its 7 orifices. It had fallen to its death. It has contributed to the research. You can give it to the cafeteria as its final contribution. Ma Ju was surprised and said, Okay, I will give it to the cafeteria later. Who would not be happy to eat pork? If it was in the past, they would have thrown it away. However, after Zhong Feng, pork was very popular now. No one would refuse. Zhong Feng nodded and looked at the two of them. Both of you were present in the experiment today. Do you have any feelings? Or do you have any questions? Tell me now. I will go back to the academy later. Benefactor, I understand the experiment just now. It is to use the wind to blow this coarse cloth into the sky. However, this coarse cloth will not last long. Is there any other way? Ma Ju scratched his head and expressed his doubts. If there is a way, why would I take you to do the experiment? I did it myself. Zhong Feng rolled his eyes at Ma Ju and said snappily, The reason why I'm taking you to do this experiment is that I hope you can find a better way or find something to replace this coarse cloth. Do you understand? Ma Ju nodded sadly. What about you? Do you have any doubts? Zhong Feng looked at Hao Chujun and asked. Benefactor, I feel that airflow is unreliable. Coarse cloth is heavier. Once the wind stops, the coarse cloth will definitely fall. We should think of a way to create wind ourselves, or not use wind and let the coarse cloth float. Hao Chujun looked at Zhong Feng with a serious expression. He had to admit that this idea was very creative, but it was a little unrealistic. Well, this idea is good. I will leave this to you too. Zhong Feng nodded with a proud smile on his face. Hao Chujun's face was a little ugly. He was only proposing a point of view. There was no need to hand over the entire experiment to him. At this time, he only felt a chill on his back. He didn't know if it was a fear of the hot air balloon or an illusion. He turned around and saw Ma Ju staring at him. He quickly turned his head and was about to refuse when Zhong Feng said, I'll leave this experiment to you too. Don't let me down. Also, remember to use pigs for the experiment. Don't use living people. This facility isn't complete yet. People might die. The two nodded reluctantly. It wasn't that they didn't want to do this experiment, but this experiment was too difficult. Not only did they need a live pig for an experiment, but they also had to lift this heavy rope. How were they going to do this? Until now, their arms were still sore, but now that their benefactor had spoken, they had to accept it even if they didn't want to. It seemed that they could only ask the students of the academy for help. Zhong Feng didn't care about their thoughts. He waved his hand casually, you two pack up and deal with this pig. Find a chance to continue the experiment. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After that, he left without looking back, leaving the two helpless people behind. How do we do this? My arms are still sore. Ma Ju looked at Hao Chujun and shook his arms. I'm sore too. Hao Chujun was a little dissatisfied. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could our benefactor leave such a huge experiment to us? How long do we have to do this damn experiment? Ma Ju pinched his sore arms and complained. How can you blame me? It's obvious that our benefactor wants to leave the experiment to us. It's useless to refuse. Hao Chujun rolled his eyes at Ma Ju. He was also lazy just now and his arms were sore. Find someone to move it. I can't move it anyway. Ma Ju curled his lips and turned to leave. In fact, he had already seen that his benefactor wanted to leave the experiment to him. He couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Now he could only concentrate on the experiment. The two left one after another. In less than a moment, a large group of students came over. They were all called by Ma Ju and Hao Chujun to move the equipment. Their arms were sore and they could only do manual labor. What's this? You don't understand. Just now I saw the Dean and Mr. Ma sitting on this coarse cloth and directly ascending to heaven. Ah, this thing can ascend to heaven? Everyone surrounded the coarse cloth like curious babies and kept talking. A leading man stepped forward and picked up a roll of coarse cloth. He looked at the others and said, You said the Dean used this thing to ascend to heaven? His name was Jin Kai, Ma Ju's disciple. He was usually the diligent type. Yes, I saw the Dean use a coarse cloth to tie a hemp rope. The hemp rope was connected to the brazier below. When the wind blew, he directly ascended to heaven. A man with greasy hair and a powdered face answered. His name was Peng Shui. He usually liked to play basketball and go out to play. Today, when he saw the new thing like the hot air balloon, he suddenly felt that the basketball in his hand was not so good. When he heard that they were going to move things, he was the first to run over. Chapter 1775. Since this thing is so powerful, why don't we give it a try? Peng Shui picked up a piece of burned hemp rope and kept playing with it in his hand. No, we are here to move things. What if the Dean and our teacher know that we are messing with their experimental equipment? Jin Kai spread out his arms to stop the crowd with a reluctant look. He knew the consequences of Ma Ju's anger and dared not cross the line. Don't worry, we won't destroy the Dean and his teacher's things. We just want to take a look. Peng Shui said with a smile and then winked at the crowd around him. Everyone understood and clustered around Jin Kai, laughing heartily. Senior brother Jin, we just want to take a look. It doesn't matter. That's right, senior brother Jin. Even if we had 2 guts, we wouldn't dare to break the Dean's things. Senior brother Jin, look, the Dean just got this novel thing. Aren't you curious at all? Anyway, it is damaged now. Why don't we also experiment with it? Maybe there will be some results. Why don't you go to Mr. Ma and ask for credit? Everyone chimed in one after another, and what they said was quite reasonable, which made Jin Kai a little shaken. Jin Kai looked back at the coarse cloth and was a little hesitant. In fact, he also wanted to see what this thing was at first. But he was afraid that the dean and his teacher would blame him, so he didn't move and kept persuading his classmates. Now, all his classmates wanted to see it, and he couldn't stop them. Otherwise, he would be in a bad situation. Well, let's see it together, but we can't damage the dean's experimental equipment. Jin Kai said carefully to everyone. Hearing this, everyone jumped up and said that their senior brother was righteous. Usually, Jin Kai was liked by Ma Ju, so no one dared to embarrass him. In such a situation, they could only persuade him. Fortunately, the other party was a blockhead, and he was coaxed with a few words. This time was no exception. Everyone squatted beside the experimental equipment and formed a circle. Senior brother, tell us, how can we make this coarse cloth fly? Look at the operation of our teacher. Just tie the hemp rope to the coarse cloth, light the fire in the brazier, and hang the pig. Then, it will fly. But the pig is already dead. What should we do? This sentence made everyone's morale drop. They all turned their heads to look at the dead pig that was bleeding from its 7 orifices, their faces full of unwillingness. Yes, the pig was already dead. What was there to play with? Even if the other experimental equipment was intact, there was no way to continue. At this moment, that guy had a flash of inspiration and said, "Pigs are alive, and so are humans. Without pigs, we can use humans." This sentence instantly ignited the hope in everyone's hearts, and they all turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks, looking very slippery. His name was Pai Ji, nicknamed Pai Hu. He was usually an expert at coming up with bad ideas, and this time was no exception. Pihu is right. Since there are no pigs, we'll have to use humans. Pihu, you'll do it later. Peng Shuai looked at Pihu, not allowing any room for discussion. He was used to being a tyrant in school. He didn't dare to bully people like Jin Kai, but people like Pihu were still easy to deal with. I just came up with an idea. You don't have to be like this. Pihu was a little unhappy. Although he didn't know the use of this experiment, looking at the pig, he knew that it wouldn't end well. Since this idea came from you, you should contribute a little to the experiment. Later, we'll catch you below. Don't worry. Peng Shuai went forward and patted Pihu's shoulder to make him feel at ease. Pihu lowered his head, and his eyes were a little evasive. After a while, he slowly said, "All right then." However, Jin Kai was a little worried. He looked at Peng Shuai and probed, "Peng Shuai, it's not good to let Pai Ji go up. If there's any danger, how are we going to explain it to Master?" He didn't call him by his nickname because he felt that it wasn't respectful. Peng Shuai smiled and walked to Jin Kai's side. He put his hand on the latter's shoulder and said earnestly, "Senior brother, you're worrying too much. Pihu is so thin, how can there be any danger? Besides, we'll catch him below. Nothing will happen." Jin Kai looked at Pihu, wanting to see something from him. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. Pihu looked like he was willing to do it. It was unknown whether he was willing or coerced. "All right then. Everyone quickly go and prepare. Otherwise, Master will scold us when he sees us." Peng Shuai was delighted and hurriedly called out to everyone, "Everyone quickly go and prepare. Replace the burned hemp rope with new ones. Also check the coarse cloth and bring some coal over." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly went to prepare the materials. Only Peng Shuai, Jin Kai, and Pihu were left. Not long after, everyone came back one after another. Not only did they bring back the hemp rope, they also brought back other materials, such as iron wire. This made Jin Kai a little confused. "What did you bring iron wire for?" The dean used rope for his experiment. Chapter 1776. That person scratched his head and said awkwardly, We were afraid that Pihu would break free from the rope, so we took the iron wire. Hearing this, Pihu's face immediately darkened. Mother **K, do you really think I'm a pig? Using iron wire to tie him up? At that time, he wouldn't even be able to run. No, he couldn't do this job. Just as he was about to speak, a pair of eyes stared at him. It was Peng Shuai. Peng Shuai glared at him fiercely, causing him to take a step back and swallow the words he was about to say. At this time, Jin Kai's voice sounded again. He looked at Peng Shuai, it's not good to use iron wire. Haha, of course I know that. Peng Shuai smiled and patted Jin Kai's shoulder. Of course we'll use hemp rope. How can we use iron wire? With that, he glanced at the guy holding the iron wire. Damn, he really wanted to strangle him to death. Without waiting for others to speak, he continued, since everything is ready, let's get ready to start. Tie Pihu up. Hearing this, everyone picked up the rope and walked towards Pihu. Pihu actually resisted in his heart, but due to Peng Shuai's abuse of power, he could only choose to submit. Everyone moved quickly and tied Pihu up in a short while, as if they were very experienced in this field. Come, everyone hold up the coarse cloth. Those who start the fire, start the fire. Those who hang the rope, hang the rope. Peng Shuai glanced at everyone and gave the order. For some reason, at this moment, everyone suddenly became excited. It was not like the excitement of seeing the equipment, but the excitement of hearing the command. Even Peng Shuai, who was usually serious, joined in. They didn't have much experience in starting a fire. Most of them were young masters of rich families, or children of high officials. How would they know how to start a fire? They all gathered around the brazier, not knowing how to use the fire starter. It was eldest senior brother Jin Kai who taught them how to start a fire. There was no other way. After following Ma Ju, he had to learn everything. After half a day, the fire was finally started. Everyone's faces were black and blue. These were the traces left behind by the coal. The most serious was Jin Kai. His face was completely black. Peng Shuai was in the middle of arranging coarse cloth with the others. He inadvertently glanced back and saw Jin Kai. He couldn't help but laugh. Eldest senior brother, what's with your face? Jin Kai still hadn't noticed, so he asked in confusion, what's wrong with my face? As he spoke, he even used his hand to wipe his face. With this wipe, his entire face turned black. Other than his teeth, which were a little white, no other color could be seen. Their conversation also attracted the attention of the other students. Everyone looked at Jin Kai and the people around him and immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, eldest senior brother, your face. No, I can't help it. Ha ha, who would have thought that a fire would end up like this? Ha ha ha. Everyone pointed at Jin Kai and the others, laughing so hard that they were rocking back and forth. Some of them were even lying on the ground laughing. It was no wonder that everyone was laughing at them. Jin Kai and the others looked too funny. They were all like monkeys. Other than their teeth and necks, their faces were all black. A few of them were slightly better. Their faces were full of bumps and bumps, as if they were dressed for an opera. After being laughed at by the crowd, they finally reacted. They looked at each other and their faces instantly turned ugly. No, the others didn't know why their faces turned ugly. It should be because their eyes were embarrassed. They looked at everyone awkwardly, especially Jin Kai. As the eldest senior brother, he couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in and never come out again. Seeing Jin Kai's awkwardness, Peng Shuai hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He coughed twice, clenched his right hand into a fist and put it to his mouth. He couldn't help but smile. Ahem, don't laugh. After saying that, everyone's laughter gradually stopped. The few people on the ground also got up. However, they imitated Peng Shuai and put their right hand to their mouth. From time to time, they would smile as if they hadn't had enough. Seeing this, Peng Shuai put down his right hand and deliberately coughed twice. He glanced at everyone, don't laugh. Let's get down to business. Now that eldest senior brother has helped us start the fire, let's set up the monkeys and hold up the coarse cloth. In fact, he was also trying hard not to laugh. Although he also wanted to laugh, once he laughed, eldest senior brother would be angry and no one would be the scapegoat. However, Jin Kai didn't know this. He thought that Peng Shuai had helped him out and gave Peng Shuai a grateful look. Everyone started to get busy again. They held up the coarse cloth. Pihu was also tied under the brazier, ready to fly at any time. Jin Kai was a little embarrassed. He walked to Peng Shuai and smiled. "Thank you, Peng Shuai." "You're welcome, senior brother." Peng Shuai waved his hand casually, as if he didn't care. Then, he looked at the busy people and seemed to have noticed something. "Slow down, be careful not to strangle Pihu to death." "Peng Shuai, look, it's almost done. I'll take my leave first." Jin Kai glanced at everyone, his eyes somewhat evasive. Chapter 1777. Hearing this, Peng Shuai quivered and hurriedly shifted his gaze back. He pulled Jin Kai's arm and said, "Senior brother, you can't leave. We're only halfway through. Without you, we can't do anything." He knew that Jin Kai was embarrassed and wanted to find a place to wash the coal off his face. However, he couldn't let him leave now. Otherwise, who would be the scapegoat when his teacher came? "But, my face." Jin Kai lowered his head awkwardly. He wanted to say something but stopped. "It's okay, senior brother." Peng Shuai stepped forward and grabbed Jin Kai's shoulder. He was afraid that the other party would run away. Peng Shuai said earnestly, "You are making a sacrifice for the research. It's glorious. Even if others see you, it's nothing. Besides, if you leave now, you won't be able to see the results of the experiment. Don't blame me if you regret it." It had to be said that Peng Shuai was very good at tricking people. Jin Kai hesitated after hearing those words. If he really left, he wouldn't be able to see the results. What was a little coal? What was being laughed at? These couldn't compare to the results at all. "Okay, then I won't leave. Let's start the experiment." Jin Kai nodded heavily, as if he had made a big decision in his heart. "That's right. Come, let's start." Peng Shuai patted Jin Kai's shoulder and smiled. "Let's go, senior brother. Let's do the experiment." After saying that, he pulled Jin Kai to the side of everyone, not caring if he was willing or not. Coarse cloth, hemp rope, brazier, and other things were all prepared. Even Pihu was tied up. He could only speak through his mouth. This wasn't torture. They needed the hemp rope as a guide. Otherwise, if Pihu stomped, the cloth wouldn't be able to withstand it. Another reason was because they saw how the Dean and Ma Ju worked. They wanted to try it. "Everyone, hold up the cloth and hold the hemp rope. Get ready." Peng Shuai glanced at everyone and began to give orders. He then looked at Pihu. "Pihu, you get ready too. We're going to ascend soon. This is your honor." Pihu curled his lips, expressing that he didn't want such an honor. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Everyone began to prepare. Those who were pulling the rope and those who were holding the cloth were holding it up. Everything was ready except for one thing. Peng Shuai put his hand on his forehead and glanced at the sky. He muttered to himself, "When will the wind start? I don't know. Let's wait and see." Jin Kai imitated Peng Shuai and placed his palm on his forehead, looking at the gloomy sky. Peng Shuai nodded and turned to look at everyone. "Everyone, hold on a little longer. The wind is about to pick up. When the wind picks up, we will be able to see the results of the experiment." After he finished speaking, he half-squatted on the ground and took out a cigarette from his waist. He took out a lighter and slowly lit it up before taking a puff. Everyone could only listen to him. They held the hemp rope with both hands and waited for the wind to arrive. As for Pihu, he was in a bit of a bad state. Although he wasn't tied up with iron wire, the hemp rope was still choking him. He moved closer to the person beside him with a fawning look on his face. "Hey, Xiao Hao, loosen it for me. This thing is making me uncomfortable. I need to pee." The man called Xiao Hao took 2 steps back. His hands were still tightly holding onto the hemp rope. He said timidly, "Pihu, don't make things difficult for me. Don't you know Peng Shuai? His father is a second-rank official. If you offend him, you won't be able to survive in the academy. You should just wait for your ascension." Hearing this, Pihu's face immediately darkened. He glared at Xiao Hao and scolded, "You bastard. Laro Tsu even gave you a cigarette. Now you won't even loosen the rope for Laro Tsu? After saying that, he gave Xiao Hao a hard kick before he stopped. The latter staggered and almost fell. Xiao Hao slowly stood up. He wasn't angry. Instead, he took out a cigarette from his waist and placed it next to Pihu's mouth. He had a fawning look on his face. Brother Pihu, don't be angry. At most, I'll give you another cigarette. After he finished speaking, he took out a lighter and lit it for Pihu. Pihu didn't care about what happened just now. He put the cigarette in his mouth and took a deep puff. I'll tell. Halfway through his words, a gust of wind suddenly blew. The coarse cloth was lifted up, bulging like a rubber ball, shooting straight up into the sky. As for Pihu, his entire body was lifted up, his face revealing a pained expression. His mouth loosened, and the cigarette immediately fell. As luck would have it, the cigarette just happened to fall onto his pants. Senior brother, save me. Senior brothers, save me. I don't want to play anymore. Pihu had a sullen face as he shouted towards everyone in the sky. Peng Shuai was still half squatting on the ground smoking. When he heard someone shouting for him, he listened carefully. Mother **K, this was Pihu's voice. This guy was flying. He couldn't care less. He threw away the cigarette in his hand and suddenly stood up. He looked towards the direction of Pihu's voice. As expected, the coarse cloth was flying in the air. The fire in the brazier wasn't extinguished. Most importantly, Pihu was also flying. Although his face was a bit ugly, it didn't affect anything. Great, the experiment finally succeeded. Chapter 1778. Peng Shuai looked at the sky with satisfaction, overjoyed. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked Pihu, Pihu, how is it? How does it feel to fly? Although his voice was loud, due to the wind resistance, it sounded different in Pihu's ears. Pihu put his palm to his ear, trying to receive as much information as possible. Ah? You're asking me if it feels good? Good, your sister, Peng Shuai. Laro Tsu won't let you go when he comes down. Although he knew that Peng Shuai's father was a second-rank official, he still decided to teach him a lesson. If it weren't for this guy, would he be in such a sorry state? Just as he was calculating how to teach Peng Shuai a lesson, a sudden pain came from his leg. He quickly lowered his head, startled. It was the cigarette butt from before. He was smoking below when a gust of wind suddenly blew, bringing him up into the sky. At that time, the cigarette hadn't been thrown away, so he wanted to take a few more puffs. However, just as he was talking, his mouth loosened, and the cigarette fell out, burning a large hole in his pants. Most importantly, the fire hadn't been extinguished yet, and was growing bigger and bigger. Peng Shuai, you bastard, put me down quickly. Laro Tsu is going to be burned to death. Pihu's eyes were wide open, his face red. He looked at the fire in his pants as he shouted towards the ground. However, although his voice was loud, it didn't reach the ground at all. Peng Shuai frowned, glancing at Jin Kai who was taking notes. Senior brother, didn't you hear what Pihu said? Jin Kai was in the middle of his research, so he didn't care about this nonsense. He shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, and continued to take notes, looking like a good student. Peng Shuai shook his head, looking at the surrounding crowd. Did you guys hear what Pihu said? Oh, Pihu said he was quite happy. No, look at Pihu's expression. He clearly wants to come down. Look, why is there a ball of fire on Pihu's leg? That's the fire from the brazier, not Pihu's. How can a person catch fire out of nowhere, unless Pihu is an immortal? Stop arguing. Pihu clearly looks like he's enjoying himself. Otherwise, why would he shout so loudly? He's clearly showing off. Next time, I want to go to heaven too. Everyone discussed animatedly. In any case, none of them understood what Frisky Monkey was saying. In the end, they came to the conclusion that Pihu was showing off. He was showing off that he could ascend to the heavens and that others didn't have this fortune. This conclusion made everyone somewhat regretful. They regretted that they had not said it earlier. Then, wouldn't they have been able to ascend to the heavens? How could it be Pipi's turn? There were even a few who beat their chests and stamped their feet, swearing that they would be the first to ascend the next time. This scene made Peng Shuai a little confused. Among all of them, he could be considered to be the cleverest. Just now, he had seen through Pihu's rotten idea. Otherwise, why would the dean and the others use live pigs for experiments? However, Pihu's reaction didn't seem to be the same. Pihu seemed to be very happy in the sky and even felt like he was floating in the air. Damn it. Next time, Lao Tzu would also go to heaven. No one would be able to snatch it from him. Jin Kai also looked at Pihu enviously. He put down the notebook in his hand and rested his chin on his hands, imagining how he would feel the next time he ascended to the heavens. However, they didn't know how uncomfortable Pihu was in the sky. At this moment, the fire had already reached his thighs and his throat was about to split. This group of bastards still thought that he was showing off. Pihu lowered his head dejectedly. It was as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over in his heart. However, there was only sourness, bitterness, and spiciness left. If he had resolutely opposed ascending to the heavens, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered such a calamity. Just as he was feeling helpless, another gust of wind blew. The coarse cloth fluttered in the air and the fire in the brazier began to sway as if it would be extinguished at any moment. The wind grew stronger and stronger, directly blowing the coarse cloth away. Pihu was also swaying in the air. He was tied up by the rope and couldn't move. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so passive. On the ground, when everyone saw Pihu being blown away by the wind, they couldn't help but feel jealous. What's so great about that? Isn't it just ascending to the heavens? Yeah, this time, Lao Tzu gave it to you. Next time, Lao Tzu will be the first to ascend to the heavens. Just show off for a while and it's over. Still fucking showing off here, do you really think we're fools? Everyone looked at Pihu with disdain. Their words were full of disdain, but they were jealous in their hearts. Their way of thinking was very strange. They didn't want to admit it, but they were jealous in their hearts and wished that they were Pihu. Peng Shuai and Jin Kai were the same. However, the two of them didn't show it. They only quietly watched, but their hearts were slowly filled with envy. At this time, Jin Kai seemed to have discovered something and suddenly exclaimed, "What's going on? Why is Pihu hanging on the tree?" Once these words came out, everyone seemed to have discovered a new continent. Even those who had shifted their gazes away instantly looked towards Pihu's direction. Sure enough, Pihu and the coarse cloth were both hanging on the tree in a sorry state. Fortunately, the brazier was extinguished. Otherwise, the tree would have been burned. Chapter 1779. It turned out that when the wind blew, Pihu had been blown onto a tree branch. Because he couldn't move, he was hung on the branch. Luckily, the tree was big enough to support coarse cloth. Moreover, the fire on his pants had already been extinguished. Otherwise, he would have been burned to death. However, he wasn't any better. The fire had burned through his pants, immediately exposing his buttocks. There were still many burn marks on his legs. Some were green, some were red, and the most serious ones already had blisters. Pihu moved his body with difficulty. Looking at everyone, he roared, "You bastards, why aren't you coming to save Lao Tzu?" Because it was far away, when it reached everyone's ears, they were confused. However, they roughly understood what Pihu was saying. It was nothing more than saving a life. Jin Kai threw down the notebook in his hand and ran towards the tree. Peng Shuai also hurriedly followed behind. If something really happened, the two of them wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. After all, they were the leaders. Right now, they didn't dare to be careless. Seeing their senior brother run over, the others didn't dare to delay. They all rushed over. The tree was still some distance away from everyone. Fortunately, they were still worried about coarse cloth and Pihu, so they didn't dare to stop. After about an incense stick's worth of time, they finally arrived under the tree. However, everyone was already panting from exhaustion. Looking at everyone under the tree, the anger in Pihu's heart involuntarily rose. "You bastards, Lao Tzu is about to die because of you. Hurry up and save Lao Tzu. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will definitely report you to the dean." He mercilessly scolded, not caring about everyone's face. Peng Shuai's face was somewhat unsightly. He panted heavily, his face red. Both hands on his knees, He raised his head. Pihu, you mother****. Laro Tsu didn't force you to go to heaven. It was you who wanted to play. Why are you blaming Laro Tsu now? Wanted to play? Pihu's eyes widened. If he wasn't tied up right now, he would definitely give this guy a good beating. You bastard, it was you who threatened Laro Tsu. Now it's Laro Tsu who wanted to play? Pihu's mouth was unforgiving as he glared and scolded. Hearing this, Peng Shuai was immediately enraged. He stood up and pointed at Pihu, cursing, you mother****, you still dare to curse Laro Tsu. I'm giving you face, or do you want to die? After saying that, he prepared to climb up the tree and beat up Naughty Monkey. Seeing that his posture was not right, the people beside him hurriedly stopped him. Pihu immediately felt a bit weak. He timidly said, I won't scold you anymore. Can you find someone to put me down first? Chimpage, let you go? Peng Shuai snorted coldly and leaned against the tree, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Jin Kai, who was beside him, hurriedly advised, Peng Shuai, it's better to find someone to put Paiji down. Otherwise, if something happens, we won't be able to explain it to the dean and teacher. You know their temper. Hearing this, Peng Shuai frowned, obviously thinking about something. After a while, he turned to look at Pihu with a teasing smile on his face. Pihu, it's not impossible to let Laro Tsu put you down, but you'll have to pour night incense for Laro Tsu every night. Peng Shuai, this isn't too good. Jin Kai looked at Peng Shuai, looking like a good guy. Senior brother, you don't understand. This is to teach this guy a lesson. Who asked him to curse me just now? Peng Shuai patted Jin Kai's shoulder, indicating that it was fine. Then, he looked at Pihu, his teasing smile even more obvious. Pihu, how about it? If you agree, Laro Tsu will put you down right now. Pihu's brows were almost knitted together. His expression was ugly, and he wanted to say something, but stopped. Peng Shuai's request was too polite. However, if he did not agree, based on his prestige, the other students would not dare to put him down. Could it be that he had to stay here forever? This, he was a bit hesitant. After a while, he seemed to have made a decision. All right, I agree. Hurry up. Peng Shuai nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Little Hao behind him and ordered, Little Hao, you go up. Ah, me? Little Hao exclaimed and pointed at himself. His expression was a bit ugly. Can you let someone else go? I'm afraid of heights. Stop talking nonsense. Brother Peng asked you to go, so go. A student behind pushed Little Hao, his words sharp. Little Hao slowly stood out from the crowd and looked at Peng Shuai timidly. Seeing that the latter was unmoved, he then obediently prepared to climb up the tree. Little Hao, hurry up. Laro Tsu can't take it anymore. Pihu lowered his head, looked at Little Hao, and kept urging him. Hearing that, Little Hao quickened his pace. Using both his hands and feet, he worked hard to climb up. Everyone formed a circle under the tree, looking up at Little Hao. This scene was like watching a monkey. At this moment, a scolding voice came from not far away. What are you guys doing? Hearing that, Peng Shuai was enraged. Who the hell was ruining Laro Tsu's fun? Just as he was about to curse, he turned around and saw Ma Ju and Hao Chujun staring at him. Instantly, he lost his previous elegance and smiled softly. Respected teachers, why are you here? Chapter 1780. Everyone turned around. When they saw Ma Ju and Hao Chujun, they quickly lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong. Xiao Hao, who was on the tree, was also attracted by the sound. He turned his head and was so shocked that he couldn't help but let go of his hands. He immediately fell on his butt. Ouch, my butt. Xiao Hao's eyes were half closed. His face was a little ferocious. He touched his butt and screamed in pain. His screams attracted Ma Ju and Hao Chujuan's attention. They pushed the people in front of them and said, "Move aside." What happened inside? No one dared to disobey and made way for the two of them. Ma Ju and Hao Chujun walked under the tree and saw Xiao Hao lying on the ground and screaming. What's going on? Ma Ju pointed at Xiao Hao and questioned the crowd. He had asked this group of brats to move the equipment. After waiting for a long time, Not only did the equipment not return, but the people were also gone. So, he and Hao Chu-jun decided to come out and look for them. Then, they saw this scene. Jin Kai walked out from the crowd and said respectfully, "Teacher, wait." Ma Ju reached out and interrupted him. He walked around Jin Kai twice and touched his chin with his palm. He was puzzled and asked, "Why don't I remember having a disciple like you? What's your name?" Hao Chu-jun nodded and echoed, "That's right. We don't have a disciple as black as you." "Teacher, I'm Jin Kai." Jin Kai pointed at himself. After that, he used his hand to rub his face hard, trying to erase the traces on his face. "Jin Kai." Ma Ju widened his eyes in disbelief. Because in his impression, Jin Kai was a fair and clean man. How did he become so black? He looked as if he had just come back from digging coal. "You said you're Jin Kai?" Hao Chu-jun pointed at Jin Kai. His eyes were full of disbelief, but the latter kept nodding. This made his confidence waver. "Since you said you're Jin Kai, prove it." They all know." Jin Kai pointed at the crowd and hurriedly proved himself. Then, he pointed at the students who started the fire with him. "Just now, my face was black because of the fire. These people are the same." Everyone nodded and admitted that Jin Kai was telling the truth. Seeing this, Ma Ju and Hao Chu-jun temporarily admitted that the black-faced man was Jin Kai. Ma Ju didn't have the time to care so much. He casually waved his hand and said, "All right, tell me what's going on now. Why did you take so long to get the equipment? And they're all crowding around the tree." Jin Kai lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. "Master, it's like this. At first, there was no problem with us taking the experimental equipment, but Peng Shui said he wanted to do an experiment, so we used the materials you left behind for the experiment. We even tied Pai Ji to it." "What? You dare to experiment on living people?" Ma Ju's eyes widened, and his body trembled as he pointed at the crowd. At first, he didn't hear anything in the beginning, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Using experimental equipment for experiments. Just how much guts did he have? Laro Tsu had just used the experimental equipment left behind by their mentor, and now it was being used by these bastards again. And most importantly, these guys actually dared to experiment on living people. One had to know that before his teacher left, he had repeatedly warned him not to use living people for experiments. These bastards. "Where's Pai Ji now?" Hao Chu-jun panted heavily, and his eyes were red as he said fiercely. He was also very angry, and now he wanted to give these guys a good beating. He asked this guy to take something, but not only did he not take it back, but he also caused a lot of trouble. Jin Kai lowered his head and pointed at the tree branch. Ma Ju and Hao Chu-jun looked at each other, a little confused, but they still looked in the direction Jin Kai pointed. In the end, they saw Pai Ji hanging on the tree branch, panting heavily, as if he was dying. This, Ma Ju's body trembled even more. He tried hard to turn around, and his eyes were red as he stared at the crowd. Why did you put Pai Ji on the tree?" Seeing this, Hao Chu-jun quickly helped Ma Ju up and glared at the crowd. "Master, we didn't do it. It was the wind." Jin Kai lowered his head and said timidly, "I don't care who put Pai Ji on the tree. Put him down now." Hao Chu-jun's eyes were red as he pointed at the crowd and shouted angrily. Hearing this, Peng Shui quickly used his elbow to poke a man beside him, indicating for him to go up the tree and save Pai Ji. The man stole a glance at Ma Ju and Hao Chu-jun, but he didn't waste any time. He knew that he couldn't bear the pressure from the two teachers. He quickly walked to the bottom of the tree and used both his hands and feet to climb up the tree in no time. At this moment, Pai Ji was panting on the tree branch. His eyes were half closed as if he was asleep, but he knew that was not the case. He should have fainted. Pai Ji, wake up." He gently pushed Pai Ji, trying to wake him up. Pai Ji shook his dizzy head and slowly woke up. His face instantly turned ugly as he stared at the person who came. "Shui Huan, you bastard. You still know how to save Laro Tsu? Do you want to see Laro Tsu die before you are satisfied?" Chapter 1781. Shui Huan lowered his head, feeling wronged, and said softly, "Pihu, lower your voice. Master and the others are watching below. Hearing this, Pihu glanced below the tree and saw Ma Ju and Hao Chujun glaring at him. He quivered in fright and quickly shut his mouth. Pihu, don't move. I'll save you now. Shui Huan whispered in Pihu's ear, and then began to untie the ropes on the latter's body. It was unknown which bastard tied the ropes, but every one of them was tied to the flesh. Shui Huan finally untied the ropes after using all his strength. In the end, Pihu seemed to be a bit impatient. Once the ropes were released, he struggled to break free. The tree branch was suddenly broken, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ah, my waist. Pihu was half lying on the ground with his hands on his waist. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain, and his expression was sinister. Seeing this, Ma Ju quickly went up, squatted down, and asked with concern, Pai Ji, how are you? However, Pihu seemed to not have heard him, and was still moaning on the ground. This made Ma Ju very anxious. He turned around and glanced at the dazed crowd, and angrily rebuked, What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and send Pai Ji to the infirmary. Everyone suddenly understood, and all of them rushed up, preparing to take Pihu away. Most of them wanted to escape punishment, because they knew that after today's incident, their masters would not let them go. Now was the best time to escape. However, what they could think of, Ma Ju could naturally think of as well. His face was gloomy, and he coldly snorted, Wait, 2 people are enough. Peng Shui and Jin Kai stay. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other embarrassedly. Peng Shui passed the leather monkey in his hand to the other students, and Jin Kai also retracted his step. They all turned around and lined up in a row, quietly waiting for the 2 teachers to reprimand them. You guys are really good. Which bastard came up with this rotten idea? Ma Ju pointed at everyone, and his face became the color of pig liver. It seemed that he was quite angry. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at each other. In the end, they all looked at Peng Shui. Peng Shui looked at Jin Kai because he had planned to make Jin Kai the scapegoat from the very beginning. There was no other reason than Jin Kai was Ma Ju's favorite disciple. Seeing this, Ma Ju and Hao Chujun more or less understood that this matter should be instigated by Peng Shui and Jin Kai. Peng Shui could still understand. His father was a second-rank official in the imperial court, so it was not strange for him to lead such a matter. However, Jin Kai was a famous student in the academy. He was excellent in both moral and academic performance. Ma Ju couldn't believe it, but he didn't have any evidence, so he continued to berate, What do you mean by this? Who is the mastermind? As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Peng Shui, hoping that Peng Shui would take the initiative to admit it so that the other students would not be implicated. In the end, this guy was still stubborn. He kept looking at Jin Kai as if to say that this was all done by Jin Kai and had nothing to do with him. The others also kept quiet. They all knew that the mastermind was Peng Shui, and everyone was implicated. However, his father was a second-rank official, so who would dare to report him? Seeing that there was no effect, Hao Chujun became impatient. He walked in front of Jin Kai and said earnestly, Jin Kai, you have always been the disciple that we valued the most. Now that something like this has happened, you tell us, who is the instigator? Also, did you participate in it? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Jin Kai, afraid that he would say their names. Especially Peng Shui, he clenched his fists, and his eyes were about to burst into flames. He stared at Jin Kai, hoping that this guy would not report him. Jin Kai was actually in a difficult position. If he reported Peng Shui, his father was a second-rank official. Not only would his career be difficult, but it would also be difficult for him to stay in the academy. If he didn't report him, his teachers would definitely be disappointed in him. He glanced at everyone who was looking at him with hopeful gazes, and then looked at Peng Shui. He was very conflicted, but in the end, he made up his mind. He took a step forward and said seriously, My 2 teachers, everyone here is the mastermind behind this matter, and they are all responsible, including myself. Please punish me. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Jin Kai, because they had not expected him to say this. Those students who did not participate in the mastermind had already cursed Jin Kai's 18 generations of ancestors in their hearts. They were only following Peng Shui's instructions, so how did this guy become the mastermind? And Peng Shui could be said to be the one who benefited the most. Not only was he the mastermind behind the entire matter, he had also threatened Pihu, so he should receive the heaviest punishment. In the end, when it came out of Jin Kai's mouth, it was as if he had been erased, just like everyone else. Ma Ju and Hao Chujun were a little dumbfounded. They had thought that Jin Kai would report Peng Shui and explain everything clearly. Who would have thought that not only did this guy not report anyone, he even took responsibility for himself. Chapter 1782. Mother *K. Was this supposed to be fair? Fair and impartial? Or was this guy involved from the beginning? Was his appearance as a good student a disguise? Jin Kai, are you sure you are the mastermind in this matter? Ma Ju looked at Jin Kai suspiciously. He could not believe that he had misjudged him. How could a good student make such a mistake? Jin Kai glanced at the crowd and nodded heavily, indicating that he was right. Seeing this, Ma Ju could not suppress the anger in his heart. He pointed at Jin Kai and scolded, "You bastard, to think that we valued you so much. Now, you almost killed someone. What should we do with you? Yes, we thought this matter had nothing to do with you. In the end, Sai, you really let us down." Seeing that everything was confirmed, Hao Chujun rushed forward and pointed at Jin Kai's nose and scolded him. Jin Kai was like a wronged child. He lowered his head and remained silent, listening to the teachings of his two respected teachers. The crowd looked at Jin Kai gloatingly. They covered their mouths and laughed. Jin Kai had just reported them, and now he was being scolded by his two respected teachers. It would be strange if they were not happy. There were even a few who laughed out loud. Ma Ju seemed to have heard something and turned around abruptly. In the end, he saw those fellows giggling. He was instantly enraged. Mother *K, I am reprimanding my disciple and you still dare to laugh. He stared at the crowd and spat, "You bastards still have the face to laugh. If it were not for you, would Pai Ji be hanging on the tree? If it were not for you, would the director's experimental equipment be damaged? That's right, I really don't know where you get the face to laugh at others. Do you think you can act like a tyrant just because your family is rich? Let me tell you, in the academy, you are nothing." Hao Chujun also turned around and pointed at the crowd. His words were merciless. Everyone knew the severity of the matter. They lowered their heads tightly and did not dare to speak. After about the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the two of them were almost done scolding. They glanced at the crowd and said impatiently, "Today, go fill the canteen with water, then take the dung to water the flowers and plants. Finally, find a place to buy the damaged experimental equipment. If these 3 tasks are not completed, you are not allowed to eat today." As his voice fell, everyone's expression became more and more unsightly. They were all pampered young masters. When had they ever done such menial work? Carrying water? Carrying dung? He still had to buy experimental equipment. Who the hell knew where these experimental equipment were sold? "Teachers, can you finish it tomorrow?" Peng Shui smiled until his face was full of wrinkles. He put on a fawning look. His family was rich. If he went out and called a servant over today, he wouldn't have to do it himself tomorrow. Just thinking about it made him happy. "I see." Ma Ju frowned as if he had thought of something. A scheming smile appeared on his face. "Then let's add one more thing. Pull out all the weeds on the field. If you don't finish it, you're not allowed to eat today." Everyone's expression changed as they cried out in alarm. They had originally thought that if Peng Shui made a request, their teachers might be lenient. In the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did his punishment not lessen, it even increased. What the **CK? They wanted to cry but had no tears. Ma Ju and Hao Chujun looked at each other and revealed a smile that was hard to understand. They patted their butts and turned to leave. "What do we do now?" Shui Huan asked the crowd blankly. "What else can we do? Let's go pick up the dung." Someone casually replied, causing everyone's mood to fall to the bottom again. They looked at each other and helplessly walked back to the academy. At the same time, in White Deer College, Zhong Feng had just returned to the academy and was about to go to his residence to have a good rest. However, he was stopped by a voice. Fengzi, wait. He turned around and glanced. The person who had come was none other than the old scholar. It turned out that he still had a knot in his heart because of the incident when Zhong Feng went to Jiangnan. However, the 4 old men were there and he couldn't open his heart. Now that Zhong Feng was alone, he could talk about it. Old scholar, what are you doing here? Zhong Feng asked curiously. It turned out that it was class time. Normally, the old scholar should be in class. I just came out to relieve myself and saw you. I have something to tell you. Come, sit. The old scholar smiled and pointed to a stone stool beside him, indicating for him to sit. After the two of them sat down, Zhong Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and handed it to the old elementary scholar. He took out a lighter and lit it for the old elementary scholar. Then he took out another cigarette and lit it for himself. He slowly exhaled the smoke and said, Old elementary scholar, what do you want to talk to me about? The old scholar took a deep breath and said with satisfaction, Fengzi, last time, you Shan'an and the other old men and I asked you if you wanted to go to Jiangnan. From your words and actions, I knew that you had to go. Although I don't want you to go, I know that I can't stop you. Therefore, I came to tell you about the dangers of Jiangnan. Chapter 1783. He had always regarded Zhong Feng as his own nephew. Therefore, this trip to Jiangnan was of great importance to him. Go ahead. Zhong Feng tried his best to assume a serious listening posture. He was going to impart knowledge of Jiangnan to him. The old scholar took a deep puff of his cigarette and slowly said, Ever since Uncle Tai and Zhongyong moved to Jiangnan, a large number of people from the north began to move south. Today, there is a gap between the population of the north and the south. Later, during the period of the Three Kingdoms, the Kingdom of Wu occupied Jiangnan and began to prosper. They introduced many excellent agricultural varieties, such as millet, wheat, rice, hemp, sorghum, taro, and so on. Later, after successive dynasties improved production techniques and the superior natural conditions of Jiangnan, it is now considered the richest area in the country. Zhong Feng nodded thoughtfully. He really did not know about these things. The old scholar took another puff of his cigarette and held it between his 2 fingers. He continued, In fact, these things are nothing. After all, these things can only be used to fill the stomach. The most important things are ceramics, sculptures, and colored glaze. Because of these things, many rich businessmen in Jiangnan are happy to do business in Jiangnan. This is also the reason why the clans are so powerful. Most of the money in the world is gathered in Jiangnan. The rich businessmen have no choice but to go to Jiangnan to discuss cooperation. This, Zhong Feng frowned and took a deep puff of his cigarette. He asked, Then why is it that no one has broken this law? Broken? The old scholar laughed subconsciously. The rich businessmen can make money and the clans can stabilize their position. Who would want to break this law? Besides, most of these technologies are in the hands of the clans. Usually, no one dares to go against them, but what? Zhong Feng asked subconsciously. But you have a chance. The old scholar put the cigarette in his mouth and revealed a meaningful smile. Zhong Feng frowned. His mind was spinning fast. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. You mean perfume? Not bad. The old scholar took the cigarette out of his mouth and smiled. You really have a good brain. Just think about it. Ceramics, sculptures, glass, and other things have always occupied a large market in Jiangnan. If your perfume were to suddenly appear on the market, it would certainly cause a wave of reaction. At that time, the economic market in Jiangnan might change. However, the specific operation depends on you. Zhong Feng put the cigarette in his mouth and fell into deep thought. Indeed, almost all of the economy in Jiangnan was in the hands of the 5 families and 7 families. It was not easy to get a share of the profits. However, the bigger the family, the more conflicts there were. These guys might be fierce tigers in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, they were just insignificant insects. Thanks a lot. I'll remember that. Zhong Feng clasped his hands at the old elementary scholar to express his gratitude. Hey, Why are we still talking about this between us? The old scholar waved his hand dismissively. Just as he finished speaking, a burst of brisk footsteps could be heard. Jingshu and Zhong Yuyao came over. Jingshu, Yuyao, why are you here? Zhong Feng asked in confusion. Sir, young master, we were just taking a stroll around here. When we saw you, we came over to greet you. The two girls bowed to the old scholar and Zhong Feng in unison and said slowly. In fact, they had been wandering around and did not come forward when they saw Zhong Feng and the old scholar talking. Now that the two were almost done talking, they came forward. Young master, we just heard you and Sir talking about Jiangnan. Did something happen in Jiangnan? Jingshu looked at Zhong Feng and asked curiously. The two of them had overheard some of the conversation, but they couldn't hear it clearly, so they decided to ask. Zhong Feng waved his hand and replied casually, Nothing, I just decided to go to Jiangnan. Hearing this, the two girls' hearts skipped a beat. Young master was going to Jiangnan? Was he going to find Yu? Apart from this possibility, they could not think of any other. If this was true, their status would be threatened. The two girls looked at each other as if they were communicating something. Then, they nodded in unison. Young master, sir, we have something to do, so we'll take our leave. Jingshu bowed to Zhong Feng and the old scholar, then left with Zhong Yuyao. Zhong Feng was a little confused. Why did they leave after saying a few words? Old scholar, what are they doing? He looked at the old scholar and was a little confused. How would I know? Why don't you ask them? The old scholar took a deep puff of his cigarette and did not care. Then, he looked at Zhong Feng and said, Come, let's continue talking about your trip to Jiangnan. Zhong Feng nodded and glanced at the backs of the two girls, then slowly sat down. Looking back, the two girls did not stop walking after saying goodbye to Zhong Feng and went straight to their residence. Their hearts were pounding. Finally, they arrived at their residence after a while. Sister Jingshu, close the door. Zhong Yuyao said to Jingshu behind her as she entered the house first. Chapter 1784. Jingshu nodded and locked the door. Then, she turned around and sat on the bed. She looked at Zhong Yuyao, who was beside her. She looked a little nervous. Sister Yuyao, did you hear what they said just now? What do you think? Zhong Yuyao clenched her fists and tugged at the corner of her clothes. Sister Jingshu, I don't know either. Do you think Prince Zhong is going to Jiangnan for Yu? Jingshu's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She thought so too. However, when she heard it from Zhong Yuyao, she couldn't help but feel nervous again. Yes, what if Prince Zhong went to Yu? Wouldn't she and her sister be left behind? Would Prince Zhong abandon her? Probably not. Prince Zhong wasn't that kind of person. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flooded her mind. Well, I don't know, but it's possible. She answered carefully. Although she didn't want to admit it, facts spoke louder than words. Then what should we do? Zhong Yuyao stood up abruptly. Her face was a little pale. She began to walk in small steps in the room. As she walked, she muttered under her breath. Prince Zhong is going to Jiangnan? What should we do? What if he goes to Yu? Seeing this, Jingshu stood up and grabbed Zhong Yuyao. She comforted her. Sister Yuyao, don't be nervous. Let's think of a way together. Although men in this era could have 3 wives and 4 concubines, which woman would give the man she liked to another woman? No one would, including the two of them. Zhong Yuyao glanced at Jingshu. She slowly calmed down. She held Jingshu's hand and asked anxiously, Sister Jingshu, do you have any ideas? Or don't let Prince Zhong go to Jiangnan? Jingshu waved her hand helplessly. It's impossible to stop Prince Zhong from going to Jiangnan. Didn't you hear what Master said just now? If even he couldn't persuade Prince Zhong, who else can? Then what should we do? Zhong Yuyao sat on the bed, feeling a little weak. Jingshu supported her chin with her hand, as if she was thinking about something. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Zhong Yuyao and said with a smile, Big Sister Yuyao, since we can't persuade Prince Zhong, why don't we go with Prince Zhong? Sure. Zhong Yuyao exclaimed and stood up from the bed. But in the next second, she put on a disappointed expression. What if Prince Zhong doesn't agree? Jingshu held Zhong Yuyao's hand and smiled. No, as long as we talk to Prince Zhong properly, it will definitely work. Okay, then let's talk together. Zhong Yuyao nodded. After saying that, she prepared to open the door and look for Zhong Feng. However, as soon as the door opened, a sturdy chest bumped into Zhong Yuyao. Zhong Yuyao retreated. Fortunately, Jingshu supported her from behind. Otherwise, she might have fallen. Zhong Yuyao was a little angry. She suddenly raised her head and opened her beautiful eyes. Just as she was about to argue with the other party, a handsome face came into view. It was the man they were just talking about, Zhong Feng. It turned out that Zhong Feng and the old scholar had just finished talking and decided to come over because he remembered the two girls' strange behavior. Unexpectedly, he bumped into them. Prince Zhong, why are you here? Zhong Yuyao's face was slightly red. She lowered her head like a little quail. That's right, young Master Zhong. Aren't you discussing business with Sir? Jingshu also reacted at this time and deliberately interjected to ease Zhong Yuyao's shyness. It had to be said that she was a very considerate sister. Oh, I've finished talking with Master, so I came to see you. Zhong Feng scratched his head and smiled, trying to hide the embarrassment on his face. After all, he and the two girls were not married yet. This was indeed a little inappropriate. Jingshu seemed to see Zhong Feng's embarrassment and hurriedly greeted, Prince Zhong, please sit. Yes, please sit. Zhong Yuyao also reacted and picked up the teapot beside her to make tea for Zhong Feng. However, she couldn't hide the blush on her face. It was white with a hint of red, just like a peach. Zhong Feng nodded and casually found a chair to sit down. At this time, Zhong Yuyao also handed over the teacup in her hand and said shyly, Prince Zhong, please have some tea. Zhong Feng took the teacup and took a sip. He then put the teacup down and looked at the two girls. What happened to the two of you just now? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing this, the two girls remembered what they were just discussing. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if they were confirming something. Prince Zhong, we have a few questions to ask you. Zhong Yuyao looked at Zhong Feng and said softly, what is it? Why are you being so mysterious? Speak. Zhong Feng smiled and didn't mind. Prince Zhong, why do you want to go to Jiangnan? Zhong Yuyao went straight to the point. Because they just heard Zhong Feng and the old scholar talking, they didn't need to ask too much. Hearing this, Zhong Feng was stunned. No wonder the two girls were so abnormal just now. It was because of the matter in Jiangnan. Were they worried that he would go to Yu or something? Chapter 1785. However, he couldn't take the initiative to say this. Otherwise, who knew how the two women would react? I'm going to Jiangnan to prepare to develop perfume and the Maritime Silk Road. Zhong Feng replied truthfully. In fact, he didn't say that he was going to find Yu. After all, if he said it in person, it might affect the mood of the two women. Then, Prince Zhong, can you take us with you when you go to Jiangnan? This sentence was said by Jingshu because she knew that Zhong Yuyao's character had always been very gentle. It was not suitable for her to say such things. Zhong Feng's brows furrowed tightly when he heard that. It was not that he didn't want to take the two women, but Jiangnan was too dangerous. He had no foundation. If he went there empty-handed, he might not even be able to guarantee his own safety. How could he take care of the two women? Yu was a small matter. After all, the two women had seen her. Even if there was a small quarrel, it could be resolved. Moreover, the two women were reasonable people, so there wouldn't be any problems. However, if the foundation was not stable, there was no way to guarantee their safety. Thinking of this, he immediately refused. No, Jiangnan is not safe. You may be in danger if you go there. Young master, we are not afraid. Jingshu shook her head. There was a trace of firmness in her eyes. Yes, we are not afraid. Young master, take us with you. Zhong Yuyao also begged. Zhong Feng glanced at the two women. His mind was spinning quickly, weighing something. In the end, he spat out two words, no. Although he had never been to Jiangnan, after listening to the old scholar's words, he deeply understood that Jiangnan was not so easy to get involved. There were many clans there. Maybe it would be a next that day. It was a bit inconvenient to take the two women with him. Young master, Zhong Yuyao's eyes were filled with tears. She lowered her head and pulled the corner of her clothes. It's not that I don't want to take you with me, but Jiangnan is too dangerous. I'll go there first and then pick you up later. Zhong Feng was a little helpless. He gently patted Zhong Yuyao's shoulder. Young master, please take us with you. We're not afraid of danger and we won't cause you any trouble. Jingshu looked at Zhong Feng with a pleading look, looking very pitiful. Young master, the tears in Zhong Yuyao's eyes seemed as if they would fall at any moment. She tugged at Zhong Feng's sleeve and said in a faint voice, Young master, please take us with you. We promise that we won't cause you any trouble. Jingshu also imitated Zhong Yuyao. She tugged at Zhong Feng's other sleeve, raised her head, and said softly, Yes, young master. We won't cause you any trouble. Zhong Feng looked at the two women helplessly and frowned. He didn't expect the two girls to do this. It was not safe in Jiangnan, and they might run into Yu, which would be awkward. Don't agree. Which man could refuse two beautiful women acting coquettishly? Okay, I promise you, but you have to promise me one thing. Zhong Feng nodded heavily, as if he had made a huge struggle in his heart. Hearing this, the two women were instantly overjoyed. The sadness just now was also thrown away. With a satisfied smile on their faces, they said, Thank you, young master. As for the second half of Zhong Feng's words, the two women didn't listen at all. He had no choice but to remind them, after you go to Jiangnan with me, you have to listen to me in everything. You can't make decisions on your own. He did this for the good of the two women. After all, he was not familiar with Jiangnan at all. What if something happened? She told them here to give them a heads up. The two women were completely immersed in joy. No matter what Zhong Feng said, they nodded hard. Okay, we promise you anything. Zhong Feng nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, Well, I'll go first. After that, he walked straight to the door and closed it for the two women. Only the two women were left in the room. Their faces were full of joy as they held each other's hands. Sister Yuyao, since young master has promised us, let's prepare the things to go to Jiangnan so that we won't be in a hurry. Jingshu looked at Zhong Yuyao and said with a smile. Okay, Sister Jingshu. After that, Zhong Yuyao pulled Jingshu to the bed. The two women sat on the bed and packed up the things they thought they could use. After a while, the two women's discussion came from the room. This dress is too thick. It's not suitable for Jiangnan. Sister Jingshu, let's take this rouge. We can't embarrass Prince Zhong when we go to Jiangnan. We also have to take this guqin. Otherwise, what if Prince Zhong wants to listen to music? In this way, the two women discussed happily as if they didn't know the meaning of tiredness at all. Women were like this. Once they were going on a long trip, they would take care of everything, from daily necessities to gold, silver, and jewelry. Looking back at Zhong Feng, he came out from the two women and went straight to his residence. He sat in a chair, slowly lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled the smoke, showing a satisfied look. Chapter 1786. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. He narrowed his eyes and recalled the conversation he had with the old elementary scholar. The old elementary scholar was actually a nostalgic person. Although he said that Jiangnan was not good, he still understood that Jiangnan was powerful and irreplaceable. This time, he would go to Jiangnan to help the Xie family and repay the old elementary scholar's kindness. Thinking about it, he put the cigarette back in his mouth and took a deep puff. He glanced out of the window and saw that the moon was already high in the sky. It was already night time. Zhong Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and stood up abruptly. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stamped it out. He turned around and walked to his bed. There was no entertainment in the academy at night and everyone went to bed early. He was no exception, except for some naughty guys who liked to play basketball. He quickly took off his clothes and lay on the bed to count the stars. After a while, there was a light snoring sound in the room. The next day, a long yawn came from the room. Zhong Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly opened them. He glanced at the messy clothes on the bed and began to put them on. After putting on his clothes, He jumped out of bed and washed his face with the water he had prepared. He felt much more awake. Then, he took out a cigarette from his waist and put it in his mouth. He lit the match and took a deep puff. He exhaled the smoke and pretended to be satisfied. Another day. He enjoyed the impact of the smoke with a smile on his face. Zhong Feng opened the door and walked to the academy. He was going to walk around. This was what he had been used to doing every day since he returned to the academy. He would get up early in the morning to see how the students were doing. He also wanted to see if those fellows were slacking off. It was a bit like the director of academic affairs in the modern world. Before he reached the door of the classroom, he heard a burst of students reading aloud in a loud voice. A wise man must see far and see clearly. If he does not see clearly, he must not be selfish. A man of law must be strong and resolute. If he is not resolute, he must not be deceitful. Zhong Feng nodded his head. This voice was very familiar to him. He didn't walk closer, but instead glanced at the classroom. It was the old elementary scholar who was teaching. The student was holding a book in his hand, shaking his head and squinting his eyes as he recited the text. Seeing this, Zhong Feng nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the field. He wanted to see if that guy was slacking off. As soon as he reached the sports field, he heard a burst of cheers. "Pass the ball to me quickly. I'm going to shoot a three-pointer." Zhong Feng gently pushed aside the leaves in front of him and glanced at the field. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he saw it, he was shocked. It turned out that a few guys were secretly playing basketball here, and they were playing quite enthusiastically. Among them were Yun Ping and Yiming. These two guys had guarded the school gate during the opening ceremony of the basketball tournament and had even woken him up. They were usually more mischievous. However, he didn't expect these two guys to be so bold as to play basketball during class time. Playing basketball was a good thing in itself. It could strengthen one's body. However, playing basketball during class was not only against the school rules, but also irresponsible to oneself. Therefore, he decided to teach these guys a lesson. In the past, he didn't study hard and suffered a lot in finding a job. Although there were no such restrictions in Chang'an, as the dean, how could he watch these guys degrade themselves? Thinking of this, Zhong Feng's chest was filled with anger. He shouted at the sports field, "Who allowed you to play basketball here?" Hearing this, the guys on the sports field were immediately stunned. They knew that the only person who could come to the sports field at this time was the dean. The students and teachers were all in class. They slowly put down the basketball and glanced at Zhong Feng's position. They shivered and turned to look at each other. Someone said, "The dean is so far away from us. He probably doesn't remember what we look like, right?" It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he said it, it instantly aroused everyone's thoughts. "Yes, we're so far away. The dean can't see us at all. If they took the opportunity to run now, nothing would happen." They looked at each other as if they had a tacit understanding. Then, they nodded. As if they had made up their minds, they ran in one direction. With the first one taking the lead, there would naturally be a second one. The people behind were afraid of falling behind and being caught by Zhong Feng, so they also ran toward the first person like wild horses out of control. Seeing this, Zhong Feng's expression changed. He was instantly angry. He began to shout at the top of his voice, "Yiming, Yun Ping, if you two brats run again, you don't have to come to class tomorrow." After saying that, he hurriedly chased after her. When Yiming and Yun Ping heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. The dean knew it was them. Then what's the use of running away now? Wouldn't they still be punished by the dean? Perhaps if they were caught, the punishment would be even more severe. The two of them looked sullen and subconsciously stopped in their tracks. This sudden stop was not a big deal, but the students behind them all tumbled down, and even they themselves staggered forward. Chapter 1787. It turned out that the two of them were running at the front. When they suddenly stopped, the people behind them did not notice and bumped into them. The result was obvious. Everyone fell flat on their faces. "Yiming, Yun Ping, why did you two suddenly stop?" A student hugged his injured knee and wailed on the ground, glaring at Yiming and Yun Ping in dissatisfaction. Yiming and Yun Ping did not feel good either. They were half lying on the ground, their knees bleeding. Didn't you hear the dean calling us? Are you deaf? Yun Ping rubbed his bleeding knee and said unhappily. The dean is calling for you, not us. Why are you blocking our way? Another student jumped out and pointed at the two of them, his heart filled with grief and indignation. He thought that he was about to escape the dean's clutches. Who would have thought that this stupid teammate would cause trouble in the middle? Blocking the way in the middle. This was great. Everyone could not escape and was ready to be punished. Damn you. When did Lao Tzu? Yiming's eyes were red as he glared at that person. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw someone rushing over. It was none other than Zhong Feng. He quickly put on a fawning expression and said, Dean, you're here. Hearing that, everyone instantly forgot about what had just happened and quickly turned to look at Zhong Feng. At this moment, Zhong Feng was half lying on the ground with his hands on his knees. Beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. His mouth was wide open. He glanced at everyone from time to time and lowered his heavy head. He pointed at them and said, You. Obviously, Zhong Feng was tired from chasing these guys. He rarely exercised. Coupled with the sudden acceleration, his body could not take it. All of you, stand properly. He panted heavily and rubbed his back. He tried his best to stand up and pointed at everyone. No one dared to delay. They supported each other and stood up in pain. They tried their best not to make a sound. Zhong Feng glanced at everyone and patted his chest to calm himself down. Then, he looked at everyone with a gloomy expression and said, Why did you come out to play basketball during class? He had also been through this stage, so he could understand everyone's thoughts. He did not intend to pursue the matter of them running away. He just wanted to pull them back on the right track and not just think about playing every day. Dean, we just want to have some fun. We'll go to class soon. Yiming scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. With the first person speaking, the others also began to plead for mercy, hoping that Zhong Feng would let them go. That's right, Dean. We just want to have fun. Please let us off this time. Dean, please be magnanimous and let us off this time. Everyone was begging for mercy with a pleading look on their faces, which made one want to laugh. But how could Zhong Feng smile in this kind of situation? He coughed twice and said earnestly, I know you're playful. This is human nature, and I don't intend to do anything to you. But your parents sent you to the academy so that you can learn something and serve the country and the people in the future, and become the pillars of the Tang dynasty. Look at what you've done today. How can you face your parents? Everyone bowed their heads and said nothing, as if they were thinking about something. Then, Zhong Feng continued, Since you've violated the school rules today, the punishment is unavoidable. Everyone, go and water the flowers and plants on campus. Then, everyone will take turns to guard the school gate at night until everyone completes the punishment. Do you understand? These guys had violated the school rules and must be punished. Otherwise, more people would follow suit in the future, and the school would be in chaos. Everyone nodded and still did not speak. Well, you can go to class first and complete the punishment after class. Zhong Feng waved to the crowd and motioned them to leave. They looked at Zhong Feng and wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Then, they dispersed in twos and threes. After everyone left, Zhong Feng walked to the cafeteria. He was so tired from chasing those guys just now that he was hungry. Besides, he got up early in the morning and did not eat anything. Now, his stomach was growling. Unable to bear the protest of his stomach, Zhong Feng had to speed up. After a while, he finally arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. Boss, give me some lamb stew. He randomly found a seat and shouted at the boss who was busy at the side. When the boss saw that it was Zhong Feng, he immediately put on a smile. Oh, it's President Zhong. Please wait a moment. The lamb stew will be served soon. Have some tea first. After saying that, the boss came up with a pot of tea. Zhong Feng was his big boss, so he did not dare to neglect him. Come, have some tea. The lamb stew is being prepared at the back. The boss was very fast. He quickly poured a bowl of tea and handed it to Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng took the tea and slowly tasted it. President Zhong, The basketball game you organized last time was really good. When can you organize it again? The boss took the opportunity to chat with Jong Fong while the lamb stew was being prepared at the back. He made a lot of money from the basketball game last time. Although a lot of business was taken away by the people, it was not a big deal. After all, without Jong Fong, he could not have organized it. Therefore, he hoped that Jong Fong would organize it again. Chapter 1788. Oh, I don't know. Jong Fong put down his teacup and replied calmly. He really wasn't sure when he would hold it again, so he could only give the boss a perfunctory answer. I see. The boss was a bit disappointed, but he quickly covered it up and put on a smile again. Then you can drink first. I'll go check on the lamb stew. With that, he turned and walked towards the kitchen. Right, boss, give me some braised meat. Jong Fong turned around and added. The boss smiled and nodded, indicating that he understood. Moments later, the boss walked out of the kitchen with a waiter, carrying lamb stew and braised meat. Most importantly, there was a jug of fine wine. Here, President Jong, the lamb stew and braised meat you ordered are here. The boss walked in front of Jong Fong and put down the dishes one by one. Boss, I didn't order any wine. Jong Fong pointed at the jug, a bit confused. Hey, principal, eating meat without drinking won't last long. The boss smiled and put the jug in front of Jong Fong. This wine is a gift from me. Drink as much as you want. With that, the boss walked away with the waiter, not giving Jong Fong a chance to speak. Jong Fong looked at the boss's back and thought to himself, the boss is quite interesting. Not only is he glib, but he also knows how to make trouble. He shook his head with a smile and didn't think too much about it. He picked up the skewers and began to roll them. He poured himself a bowl of wine, and under a gust of wind, his stomach was 70 to 80% full. Just as Jong Fong was about to pick up the last piece of braised meat, a series of hurried footsteps came from the door. Moments later, a tall man walked in. He looked around as if he was looking for something. When he saw Jong Fong, he immediately became excited. Principal, I've finally found you. Jong Fong turned around and looked at the man, a bit confused. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Basically, everyone in the academy called him principal. There was no problem with this title, but he didn't have any impression of this person, so he couldn't help but be confused. The man grew anxious. Dean, I'm Shi-En. I'm researching firearms with Algernon. At this point, Jong Fong suddenly remembered something. He pointed at the person and said, Oh, I remember now. You were the one who researched firearms with Algernon. A smile finally appeared on Shi-En's face. Dean, you finally remembered. Jong Fong nodded with a smile. He had no choice. There were so many people in the smithing workshop and the academy, so how could he remember all of them? It was good enough that he had some influence. However, this little influence was a great gift to Shi-En. Oh right, aren't you in the forging workshop? What are you doing here? Jong Fong placed the braised meat in his mouth and asked vaguely. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi-En cautiously scanned the surroundings. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he slowly leaned over to Jong Fong and whispered in his ear, Principal, Algernon asked me to tell you that the firearms have been successfully modified, and that there's a new invention. Before he came, Algernon had warned him that the firearms were not to be known by outsiders. That was why he was so cautious. Of course, he also knew the severity of the matter. He didn't dare to reveal anything to anyone. Hearing this, Jong Fong's face lit up. He hurriedly pulled Shi-En out of the door and said, Let's go back to the forging workshop. Now, he couldn't wait to see what Arjunan's gun would look like. Shi-En was naturally happy as well. The two of them rushed to the forging workshop without stopping. Before long, they arrived at the workshop. When they entered, they saw that everyone was gathered in a circle with Algernon in the center. They didn't know what they were doing. Algernon, what are you guys doing? Jong Fong asked subconsciously. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Jong Fong. Their faces were filled with joy. It seemed that Algernon's experiment had been very successful. Principal, you're here. We're researching steel balls, which are bullets. Algernon pushed aside the crowd and walked towards Zhongfeng. Bullets. Zhongfeng glanced at the steel balls on the table, completely forgetting about the firearms. He walked towards the wooden table and picked up a steel ball. Why are you researching these? Principal, we found that the steel balls aren't very powerful, so we're thinking of ways to improve them. Algernon walked to Zhongfeng's side and looked at the steel balls on the table. He was somewhat helpless. Algernon's words reminded Zhongfeng of the real bullets in his previous life. Those bullets were usually made up of 4 parts: a pellet, a cartridge, a propellant, and a cap. The pellet was used to penetrate the target at high speed. The cartridge was used to connect the pellet, protect the propellant, and seal the gunpowder gas. The propellant was burned to give the pellet a higher initial velocity. The cap was used to fire the pellet. Algernon and the others couldn't make such bullets now. However, they could slightly change the shape of the steel balls. That way, they could still cause damage. Algernon, did you guys have any results? Zhongfeng looked at Algernon and asked. Chapter 1789. Dean, we've been studying it for a long time, but we still have no idea. Algernon frowned and felt helpless. Zhongfeng patted Algernon's shoulder and encouraged him. Don't be discouraged. Have you thought of changing the shape of the steel balls? He decided to teach them the theory behind the bullets and let them slowly figure it out. Change the shape. Algernon's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. Dean, what kind of change do you mean? The dean's words had opened up a wedge in his heart. However, he only had a vague idea, so he decided to ask for clarification. Think about it. How did a spear stab an enemy? Isn't it because of the sharp tip? If we make the steel balls like a spear and make them sharp, wouldn't the effect be different? Zhongfeng's gaze swept over the crowd as he tried to entice them. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and pondered deeply, their brows tightly knit together. After a while, Algernon seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly said, Dean, your suggestion is good. The sharp tip is much more lethal than the steel balls. Once it's shot, it can easily pierce through armor. Zhongfeng nodded with satisfaction. You're right. However, this won't do. We have to increase the size of the barrel. Once the sharp tip bullet is made, it will definitely be longer than the steel balls. Also, gunpowder will need to be added to the bullet and a cap at the base. Only then will it be able to unleash its full power. He knew that Algernon was a talent in this field. No matter what he said, Algernon would be able to react immediately. Dean, I know what gunpowder is, but what is a cap? Algernon looked at Zhongfeng with confusion. The others were also confused. They were helpless. Zhongfeng's words were too advanced. It was normal that they didn't understand. Give me a pen and paper. I'll explain it to you as I draw. Zhongfeng smiled faintly and said to everyone. As his voice fell, one of the men standing outside immediately ran out. After a while, he ran back in with a pen and paper in his hand. He handed the pen and paper to Zhongfeng. Zhongfeng took it and leaned on the table. He glanced at everyone and said as he drew, Look, this is the pointed bullet we talked about just now. It is made up of the shell, primer, propellant, and warhead. The shell is the outer layer of metal. It can be made of iron or steel, but it must be made into a cylinder. Look at the warhead, this is the tip of the entire bullet and needs to be made into a sharp point. The propellant, this is the gunpowder, needs to be filled in the shell. Finally, there is the primer, which is also the most important. It needs to be installed at the end of the entire bullet, which is also the cylinder, wrapping the entire back of the bullet. After saying that, the blueprint for the bullet was completed. Zhongfeng took the blueprint and handed it to Algernon. Take a look. Can you make this bullet? This was just an overview of the bullet, so it was relatively simple. A talent like Algernon could understand it with just a few glances. As Zhongfeng expected, Algernon took the blueprint and looked at it carefully for a while. Finally, he said seriously, this bullet can be made, but the trajectory of the gun needs to be changed. Okay. Zhongfeng nodded and rested his chin on his right hand. This is not a problem. Changing the trajectory will only increase the power of the gun. Take some time to study it. When he thought of this bullet, He already knew that the trajectory might need to be changed. The trajectory changed with the bullet, or in other words, the trajectory needed to adapt to the bullet. For modern bullets like this, the trajectory needed to be slender and flexible. Otherwise, the trajectory would be destroyed in a short period of time. Okay, Dean. Arkin-non agreed and began to study the drawing again. At this time, Zhongfeng seemed to have thought of something. He said to Arkin-non, "Oh right, Arkin-non, didn't you ask me to come here to look at the gun?" Yes. Look at my brain, I almost forgot." Arkin-non patted his head, a little embarrassed. Zhongfeng didn't blame him, because he knew that for a freak like Arkin-non who only cared about research, if something suddenly attracted him, he would quickly fall into it. Just like when they were talking about the bullet, everyone was so excited that they naturally forgot about the gun. Even Zhongfeng himself had forgotten about it until now. "Here, Dean. This is the improved gun." Arkin-non took the gun from the table next to him and handed it to Zhongfeng. Zhongfeng looked at the gun in Arkin-non's hand with a strange expression. It was not for any other reason, but because this gun was very different from the previous one. Not only was the barrel much longer, at least 10 centimeters, but the body was also slender. He asked with some confusion, "Arkin-non, why does this gun look different from the previous one?" "Dean, this is our newly improved gun. It has been lengthened by 10 centimeters and the body has become slender. However, the most important thing is that the accuracy of this gun has increased a lot. Even if you haven't used it before, you won't miss too much." Chapter 1790. Arkin-non showed off the gun in his hand. It seemed that he was very satisfied with this product. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhongfeng's eyes couldn't leave the gun in Arkin-non's hand. He took the gun and examined it carefully. After a while, he laughed loudly. Good. Arkin-non, I didn't expect you to improve this gun in such a short time." He didn't doubt them because he believed that they had the ability to improve the gun. It was just that the time it took was too short. "Dean, I have a new invention here." As he spoke, Arkin-non took out an object that was about 30 centimeters long. To be precise, it was a 30-centimeter long gun. It was exactly the same as the original gun, just a little shorter. Everyone stared at the miniature gun in Arkin-non's hand. They felt a little nervous. This gun was made by all of them and was prepared to be presented to the dean. Now that they had taken it out, they didn't know if the dean would like it. Everyone looked at Zhongfeng with apprehension. At this moment, Zhongfeng's gaze was also locked on the miniature gun. He had already noticed it when Arkin-non took it out. However, he found it hard to believe that they could make such a small gun. It seemed that he had underestimated them. "Did you guys make this gun?" Zhongfeng glanced at everyone and asked. Everyone nodded. Arkin-non still looked as if he was handing the gun to Zhongfeng. Seeing this, Zhongfeng reached out and took the gun. He fiddled with it in his hand and couldn't help but smile. No man could resist the temptation of a gun, including himself. "Dean, this gun was made by all of us working together. We hope that it will be of some help to you during your trip to Jiangnan." Arkin-non looked at everyone and finally fixed his gaze on Zhongfeng. His eyes were full of sincerity. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Zhongfeng. They all saw Zhongfeng as their benefactor. Without him, they wouldn't have been able to come into contact with this level of technology. Now that their benefactor liked this gun, it was an affirmation to all of them. Zhongfeng looked at everyone and couldn't help but reveal a touched expression. Originally, he did not take the initiative to tell everyone about him in Jiangnan, but they were concerned about his every move. It had to be said that this friendship was very rare. "Thank you, everyone. I like this gun." Zhongfeng raised the gun in his hand and said with a smile. Currently, everyone's technology was only limited to long-barreled firearms. Today, however, they had created a 30-centimeter firearm. From this, it could be seen that everyone had put in a lot of effort. As the dean, he naturally had to give them some encouragement. "It's fine as long as the headmaster likes it. At least our efforts were not in vain." Arkin-non looked at Zhongfeng excitedly. As he spoke, he glanced at the others. Everyone was also looking at Zhongfeng excitedly. Their emotions were self-evident. Since we have this good stuff, let's go out and shoot. Let's go. Zhong Feng waved at the crowd and said with a smile. Now that he had the gun in his hands, he wanted to try it out. Yes, Headmaster. Archinon nodded and then looked at the people behind him. Take the bullets and wooden plates. We're going to the back of the mountain. After saying that, he followed Zhong Feng to the back of the mountain. The others followed closely behind with the items. The back of the mountain was not far away. It was just outside the cave. The group walked quickly and arrived at the back of the mountain one after another. Zhong Feng pointed to an open space in front of them. Like last time, draw 10 circles on the wooden plates and put them up in front of us. The person holding the wooden plates quickly put them up and then led the others to the side. He was afraid that the gun would be blind and accidentally hurt him. They had all participated in the production of the gun and deeply understood the power of the gun. Headmaster, here. You can try our improved long-barreled firearms first. Archinon handed a loaded long-barreled firearm to Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng took it and checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, he put the gun on his shoulder and began to aim at the wooden plates. Bang! The gun spewed out a tongue of flame. The steel ball shot out and hit the wooden plates. At this time, the sound of wild birds could be heard from the forest not far away. In an instant, a flock of wild birds took to the air and flew away. Zhong Feng's face changed slightly. He could not believe it. When he fired the gun just now, he clearly felt that this gun was different from the previous ones. Not only was the smoke reduced, but the recoil was also not as bad as before. He could not believe it, so he decided to fire another shot. He reloaded the gun and aimed at the wooden plates. Bang! Another shot. It felt the same as the first time. Not only was it smoother, but it was also more accurate. This time, Zhong Feng was finally sure that this gun was exactly as Archinon had said. He quickly put down the gun and walked to the wooden plates. He wanted to check the accuracy of the wooden plates, but when he got closer, he felt uncomfortable. Chapter 1791. It turned out that he had hit the bullseye with both shots. He had always missed the target before, but this time he actually hit the bullseye. It was unbelievable. What's going on, Alkanon? Zhong Feng looked at Alkanon and asked. Dean, this time we not only improved the guns, but also improved their accuracy. Even those who don't know how to shoot will not miss too much. Alkanon smiled. Hearing this, Zhong Feng patted Alkanon's shoulder happily. Good, thank you for your hard work this time. Dean, don't mention it. This is what we should do. Alkanon was a little frightened. Zhong Feng nodded. These guns were not only more powerful, but also more adaptable. If they were mass-produced, they would definitely become the killing weapons of the Tang Dynasty's soldiers. Let's go and see that short-barreled gun. He smiled and said to Alkanon. After that, Zhong Feng went back to the shooting position, grabbed a handful of bullets, and loaded them into the gun. Then, he aimed at the wooden sign. Bang! The gun trembled for a moment, and the steel ball shot out and nailed itself onto the wooden tablet. Zhong Feng took the gun and walked to the wooden sign. This time, it was a bullseye. Although it was a little off, it was already very good. After the experiment with the long-barreled gun, he was not surprised. However, this short-barreled gun was obviously more convenient than the long-barreled gun. It could be used for self-defense. With this gun, this trip to Jiangnan would not be too stressful. He held the gun and played with it. He was delighted. He saw everyone's loyalty and hard work, so he would definitely reward them well. However, these people were stubborn. They were not interested in gold, silver, and treasures at all. How to reward them was difficult for him. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Since these people were only interested in guns, then he would do something about them. Although these guns had been improved, they were still not very good. If he gave them the pistols and rifles of the future, they might have an unexpected gain. Thinking of this, Zhong Feng smiled and waved to everyone. Come here, all of you. I have something important to say. Hearing this, everyone moved and surrounded Zhong Feng, waiting for him to continue. You guys did very well this time, so I've decided to teach you guys about another type of gun. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces changed. Their cheeks flushed red in agitation. To them, Zhong Feng was both their benefactor and their teacher. This was because he was the one who gave them the opportunity to come into contact with such advanced technology. Furthermore, he was constantly imparting knowledge to them. This was simply a greater grace than anything else. Now that Zhong Feng said that he was going to teach them about another type of gun, how could they not be excited? Dean, please speak your mind. We are all listening. Yes, Dean. We are all listening. Everyone expressed their stance, wanting Zhong Feng to continue. There were even a few people who took out their pens and paper, ready to record. Seeing this, Zhong Feng did not waste any time. He smiled and said, "The type of gun I'm going to talk about is called a pistol. It is similar to the short-barreled guns that you guys make. However, it is more stable than short-barreled guns. It has higher shooting accuracy, longer aiming line of sight, and other advantages. A pistol is mainly composed of a barrel, a grip, a firing mechanism, a sleeve, and other parts." Everyone looked at Zhong Feng with a puzzled expression. They were a little confused. "Dean, can you explain in detail?" Everyone is a little confused. Arkin swept his gaze over the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on Zhong Feng, a difficult expression on his face. "Don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Give me a piece of paper." Zhong Feng smiled faintly and didn't blame them. He asked for a pen and paper and randomly found a stone. He laid down on it and drew as he said to everyone, "Look at this barrel first. It's used to fire the bullet. It's the same principle as a musket. Next, we'll talk about the grip. This is used to hold the grip. It's designed for the convenience of the hand. The firing mechanism is used to fire the bullet. It needs to use the principle of the firing pin. The firing mechanism needs to use the primer to strike the primer. The sleeve is the container for the firing pin. It uses a spring to move to the rearmost position during firing. The trigger is used to fire the trigger." After that, a sketch of a pistol appeared in front of everyone. Zhong Feng handed the sketch to Algernon and said, "You can treat this as an upgraded version of the short-barreled gun." After Algernon received the sketch, it was as if he had changed into a different person. He could not stop trembling. Beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. Even his voice was trembling. "Dean, this is a divine item." After that, he passed the blueprints to the others. Everyone who saw the blueprints trembled with excitement, just like Arkin. How did the Dean come up with this divine item? This is amazing. They had all participated in the production of short-barreled guns. They knew how difficult it was to make such a gun. They knew that it would be impossible in their lifetime. However, the Dean had drawn it so easily and even explained it so clearly.